I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Happy Monday. Look, I've got Lucy up and going. She's like, why are you yelling? Why are you talking? Good morning. Good morning. It is good to see y'all on this bright, beautiful morning. This is the first morning that I've actually had like on alive in so long. Like this is great. It's like I forgot what it's like to be here early in the morning. So this is exciting. So hello, welcome. Lucy and I just went for a walk, and so she should be like passed out any minute. So good morning. I saw a couple of anniversaries. Let's see. Kathy B, member for 10 whole months. Happy anniversary. And Dog Mom, member for 9 whole months. Happy anniversary to you. To both of you. Happy anniversary. You live here. I am glad to see y'all. I am, yes, freedom. I feel very free right now. I'm very excited. It was kind of weird this morning, like getting up and not having to like rush and go in to treatment and all that stuff and plan everything around it. So I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do with this morning? And what did I do? I went back to sleep for like an extra few minutes. It was nice. And then walked Lucy. So I'm glad to be here. First time in a while. History and Crime Robin. Welcome. Glad to see you. You live here. This is where you live. Report daily. Where did Diane just go? Oh, there it goes. Diane member for 4 whole months. Happy anniversary. Love it here. We love having you. You live here. Did we just become best friends? Yep. What happened to me? I stopped using them when I started doing this because I started getting... Oh, I got to turn them back on. I'll have to do that. Yes, very excited. So we had talked last week about possibly doing the bathtub murder trial. And yes, we did this over the weekend. We hit 16K over the weekend, which was awesome. So thank y'all for all 16,000 of you for joining and for subscribing and for hanging out with us. And thank you to the mods, of course, because without them, I wouldn't be able to do all this. So I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. Yes, I'm glad to be back in the mornings too. It's kind of nice. I will tell you though, when summer comes, we might be starting in the afternoon again because I'm gonna want to be outside some. I worked too much last summer and I missed a lot of my summer because I was here all the time at my computer. So we might do some starting in the afternoon speed trial and stuff over the summer so I can still get outside, get some sun, enjoy where I live, and all that good stuff. So we'll see. Yes, the court. Yes, the court camera for this trial is basically it's not good. It's not good. But you know what? It's a very interesting trial. It's right here in Florida. Is YouTube YouTubing again? It does that. Let's see. Let's see. But the video is terrible. So we'll just deal with it. All right, so we are going to. Oh, my shirt. Oh, my shirt. I probably should. Maybe I should. No, I shouldn't. It says YOLO with Jesus, and then it says JKBRB. So it's my Easter shirt. It's my Easter shirt. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh yeah, I don't know why it kicks y'all out, but you know what? I will be right here waiting for you when you get back every time it kicks you out. Don't know why it does. It drives me freaking nuts. Okay, so this is all I know. I will tell you. This is all I know. Also, thank you to YouTube for always kicking me out. Yeah, sorry about that. I appreciate the super chat, and I appreciate you being patient with it. It is one of those things that drives me nuts. I put in requests all the time for them to fix it, but they never do. So apparently it's been happening to the lawyer too. So I don't know. There's a few of us that it happens to, but I keep putting a ticket in, hoping they'll fix it one day. And they also keep unsubscribing people from me, like 20, 30 at a time. Don't know why it does that either. So no clue. But that's okay. We will get through it. So the other trial, because it had been, I think it was like going into like day 5 and stuff, it would be a lot to catch up on. So I was looking around this weekend and saw that this one was starting today. So we decided to do this one. I know that oh yeah, Melissa P says I was unsubscribed, so now I check daily. Yeah, Shunka Bacon said she has to resub like pretty much every single day. It's crazy. So the cameras on this one, I will tell you, the cameras on this one are not great. Let me get it pulled up. Oh. I don't know why it changes that every time. Screen capture. Let's see. There we go. There we go. So yeah, you can see that the cameras aren't that great, but you know what? We got a trial together. Now, I don't know anything about this other than just what I saw like in one little article about it and figured, you know what? Sounds interesting. We'll watch it. This is right here in Florida. So this is the article that I read on it. Florida man, always starts with a Florida man. Florida man told cops that he, quote, had to get rid of the devil, end quote, after allegedly shooting ex-girlfriend dead and hiding the body in the closet. Florida man reportedly told cops he had to get rid of the devil after allegedly shooting his ex-girlfriend in the head and wounding a second woman. So the second woman was apparently her friend. She lived, from what I understand. David Marshal Murdock, age 60, of Lake Wales, stands accused of murdering Lisa Bunce, 56, while visiting a home in Haines County owned by her friend, Sandra Andrews, 66. Andrews was also shot in the face by the suspect, but is expected to survive. Deputies from Polk County Sheriff's Office were called to the home at Sweetwater Golf and Tennis Club community just after 1 a.m. on Saturday. Officers said Murdock himself contacted 911 and was located outside the home. There was a handgun located on a nearby driveway. Her body was found in a closet with a gunshot wound to the head. The Ledger, a Florida newspaper, reported that the suspect told police, "It's an emergency. I just shot 2 people." And then he added, "I'm not leaving. I'm sorry. I had to get rid of the devil." Wow. In total, 4 calls were placed to the police department in relation to the incident. When found, a wounded Andrews identified David as the shooter, cops said. The victim was in Florida visiting friends and was set to return to Ohio tomorrow. During her travels, this came out when it started, so by tomorrow this is whenever it happened. Deputies believe the suspect attempted to contact Bunce, but his number was blocked. Citing information from local law enforcement, the news reported Bunce had moved to Ohio last year following a troubled relationship with the suspect. Bunce had relocated to Toledo after the suspect made threats against her. Inmate records posted online say Murdock is facing charges of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, armed burglary with assault, battery, and shooting into a building. Murdock told us that he had to get rid of the devil as an excuse for his actions, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said over the weekend. Look, Grady Judd. Lots of people blame the devil for their misdeeds, but it takes a person to pull a trigger. We are going to hold Murdock accountable for murdering his ex-girlfriend and trying to kill another woman. So, that is the trial that we are watching. So we are starting with that one today. I wondered this too, Dallas. The girlfriend, of course, passed away. The one that was the attempted murder, her friend, did survive. And I don't know if... Now, this is one that, like, I'm kind of watching... What I just read to y'all is all I know. So, we're going to kind of go through this one together. This is not one that, like, I've done, a ton of, like, research and deep dive and all that stuff on. This is one that we are going to watch together. So, from what the article said, that and based on his charges, the friend lived. And then the girlfriend, of course, passed away. So that is where we're at. So I have this paused because it started just a couple minutes ago, I think. But we will watch. To 1.25 to get through the boring stuff. Oh, there we go.
And Your Honor, are you still okay with holding
Here we go.
on sidebars? Yes. Thank you. I will get a better setup.
Y'all can't hear that? They're just now starting. What are they doing? What will we be counting here? Marie Moss. We'll have to see what Marie Moss comes up with.
Please be seated.
This, I think, is the defendant, right? It looks like...
State, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls retired Polk County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Charles Baldwin.
Lieutenant Colonel Baldwin.
Oh, fighter jets are out. I hear them going by. I love when they go by. Love it.
Going to step up here with your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Please. Just watch your step here. Let's sit there.
Good morning.
Get some water.
Thank you. Mr. Levine?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant Baldwin. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Lieutenant Charles Baldwin. I'm actually retired now, but Charles Baldwin.
And were you employed with the Polk County Sheriff's Office for a number of years?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how many years you were employed in law enforcement, where you worked, and the different divisions that you worked in while you were there.
Okay.
He said, okay.
Close to 30 years, 29 years, and I think around 10 months is when I retired. I retired last June. I've always been with Polk County Sheriff's Office. I started off patrol, worked various assignments through patrol operations, narcotics enforcement, undercover narcotics, long-term investigations, patrol supervisor, detective, up to when I made lieutenant, and then as a detective lieutenant as well.
Tell the jury a little bit about when you were a lieutenant. What were your responsibilities?
I was working in the Northeast District area of Polk County, which encompasses the Haines City, Davenport area, up in that area, the Four Corners area. And I had a patrol platoon. I worked night shift with a patrol platoon of about 11 or 12 troops. I was directly in charge of them.
This is the very
during,
first, so I guess not.
nighttime operations.
In addition to that, would you sometimes respond to scenes yourself as well?
Constantly.
And what was the purpose of that?
Overall supervision of scenes, maintenance of scenes, direction, to give my guys advice, to make sure we have the right resources there, and sometimes call detectives out, other resources, other things we can do with them.
All right, Lieutenant, I want to direct your attention specifically to January 5th, the early morning hours, that would be 2019. Did you have an opportunity to respond to a certain location in Polk County?
I did.
And how did that call come out, and what information did you generally know as you proceeded to go there?
On January 5th, I'm referring to my report as well too, but around 1:12 in the morning, we got a call from we received it from the dispatcher. The call was coming in on 911 from a male suspect claiming he just shot two people because he had to get rid of the doe.
During your many years in law enforcement, have you had the opportunity to respond to homicide scenes?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury a little bit about what does dispatch mean?
Dispatch is our PCSO telecommunications center, where when the 911 calls come in, and they get the information and they dispatch it out to the deputies on the street and we respond.
And does each deputy have a radio either on themselves or in their car?
Yes, sir.
And are they able to hear firsthand then what information they're providing?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were located? Were you on the street or at the station when you got the call?
I have no idea.
How would you have been dressed that evening?
I would have had a what's called our Class B uniform, as our standard issue green color sheriff's deputy uniform.
And what kind of vehicle were you rolling in back then?
I had a few, so it could have been a truck, could have been a pickup truck. Ideally, a lot of times we operate unmarked vehicles.
Now, when that 911 call comes in, and you mentioned the statement that was made, did you know who made that statement?
The way I assumed it was the shooter.
It appears he keeps reading from something, so I don't believe his memory is right.
No,
You'd lay the foundation for refreshing his memory.
Thank you. Lieutenant Baldwin, if it will refresh your memory to refer to your report, feel free to do so. Going back to my question, the information that you received, what was your belief as to who had called 911 to report that they had just shot some people?
My belief was someone had been shot, that the person who shot them was the person that called 911.
Now, armed with that information, what goes through your mind about how to proceed to the scene and what will be at risk and what you need to do?
First thing that came through my head was we may have an active shooter. We're trained for this, but this was the real deal.
And when there's an active shooter, what are your main concerns for you and your fellow deputies?
Safety, of course. Timely response. A lot of things.
When you responded to the scene, were other deputies also en route at around the same time?
Yes.
And this location, is it in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And did you then arrive at 373 Melbourne Drive?
I did, approximately. Yes, I did.
When you got there, describe to the jury, what type of neighborhood is that?
Thank you, Lois Cox.
Approach.
Let me look at something. See if we can. Thank you for getting membership flows, collects and Dindo for 20. Thank you. Yeah, no opening. They didn't do opening statements, and they've already had their first sidebar.
You see this too? I may refer to it.
You know, it's not great camera angles, but at least the audio is good. Well, I've got it boosted, but. Sandra Oliver, get to the membership. Thank you so much. Sandra Oliver went to Mrs. C.
Mr. Levine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Baldwin, is it common practice, even a requirement, that in your normal course of your job, that you prepare a report to help memorialize what your involvement was?
Correct. Yes.
And in this particular case, did you do so?
Yes.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Baldwin, back to the question regarding, did you arrive at 373 Melbourne Drive in Haines City at a location that's known as the Sweetwater community?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to go through the front gate in order to obtain entrance to the community?
I don't remember if there was a gate or not.
All right. Now, after you went through the entrance, were you able to find the location of the house where the 911 call was made?
Yes.
When you pulled up to the scene, describe to the jury what you recall about what you saw.
We got to the scene. I want to say other deputies were responding simultaneously.
I'm not, you make the same objection.
Lieutenant, if you need to refer to your report in response to a question, when the question's asked, if you would let the attorney know that you need to refresh your memory from your report or from whatever you're referring to.
Right. Can I refresh my memory for a moment?
Yes, take a moment.
Okay.
All right, now, Lieutenant, when you arrived on scene, besides yourself, who were some of the other units that were responding from what agencies?
Haines City Police Department.
So do I understand correctly, Haines City officers as well as Polk County Sheriff's Office personnel?
Well, my Polk County deputies, yes.
And when you pulled up to the house, what do you remember about what you saw?
Saw a white male laying in the grass. I saw the scene. I pulled up. There was a female who was bleeding. I don't know what her injuries, the extent of her injuries. If she'd been shot or what it was. I asked her who did it to her, and she pointed at the gentleman who was laying in the grass. And I saw there was a gun there too.
Now,
in the driveway, I believe.
When you see the gun in the driveway and the suspect laying in the grass and this injured lady, what are you thinking?
This is probably the guy who shot her, who did this.
What do you do
next?
This
is my suspect.
What do you do next, Lieutenant?
At that point in time, the gun was on the driveway from what I saw, about 10, 15 feet away from the suspect who was in the grass. This was an active scene. We did not know how many victims we had or what was even going on or who did what.
Real quick, I know it's hard to, they have this weird, but this right here, if you can see right here is the witness, and then of course the judge, and then the, what's her name, the reporter lady, and then right here is the state's table. This is the defense table. This is our defendant, and then his attorneys on both sides. This one looks like he is thoroughly just kind of bored, but then this is the only one I've seen in the pictures, the female attorney, and then that's the defendant.
I immediately coordinated with other units that were on scene, my guys, and we had to get in that house and see if there was any other victims.
The lady that you saw initially that had the wounds, do you recall where approximately she was located at the house?
When I made contact with her, from my recollection, was on the either steps area of like their little front porch that was there, or there was a chair there as well. Because I remember she was bleeding and there was blood pooling at her feet.
What responsibility did you decide to undertake?
I directed one of my guys grab a medical bag, treat her, get her out of the off this scene, and grab some of my deputies, and we had to go inside.
Describe how you accomplished that.
Went inside. When I call, can I refer to my just to reflect just for a second?
Yes, it's in.
Okay, when we got there, after we had taken care of that victim, the female victim, to get her to safety, going into the porch area, the slider glass door was smashed, it was broken. I could visibly see a blood trail from that point where the sliders were pretty much going down the hallway of this residence. And I grabbed one of my guys and it's time to go to work.
Did you follow that blood trail where it led you?
Yes.
And where did it lead you throughout the house?
It led me to a bedroom, and then I entered the bedroom.
As you're going through the house, do you have any idea how many additional injured people are inside?
No, but we were visibly looking.
When you made it to that back bedroom, what did you do next?
Turned the corner, I recall turning the corner going in there, open closet, turned it, immediately saw the victim, the female, in the closet, kind of like sitting down, sitting up a little bit, but sitting back, and she appeared to be deceased.
So this would be the second victim that you saw that evening?
Correct.
What did you do? He was still alive or had a pulse?
I checked her carotid pulse on her, was not getting anything. She was not responsive at all. She appeared to be deceased. And at that time, I knew everybody was coming. Everybody was still coming. EMS is right there.
Oh, we caught up to live, so it... Good morning.
You do want me to look at all these, right?
Yes.
Ellen Dino, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Thank you, thank you. Regina Crawford gifted a membership. Thank you so much. I believe they were seeking death penalty in this. Let me look.
All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, do those photographs in the state exhibit numbers that I mentioned, do those fairly and accurately depict some of the subject matter that you saw that evening?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move the exhibit numbers that I mentioned into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be received.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if Lieutenant Baldwin could step down from the witness stand to point out some things in the photographs.
You may.
Thank you.
Real quick, I believe they were seeking death penalty. Let me see. This is him. But this says David Murdock murder trial nears. This was a few days ago. Lawyer again challenges jail rules and death sentencing. 10th Circuit Judicial Court seeking. Prosecution has filed paperwork with the 10th Circuit Judicial Court seeking the death penalty if David Marshal Murdock is found guilty of the murder charge. He's been awaiting trial for 5 years, also faces charges of attempted first-degree murder, armed burglary of a dwelling, and shooting into a building. Polk County jail records showed his disposition after incarceration as incompetent to proceed. A grand jury later indicted Murdock on all four charges. She had previously fled the state. The victim had previously fled the state because of domestic violence with him. When he learned that she was back in town, he could not reach her the day before by cell phone, and shortly after 1 a.m. is when he went to the friend's house. It's said that he shot his ex-girlfriend, who was found unresponsive in the bedroom closet, and also shot her friend, Sandra Andrews, who was found crawling on the front porch. He had forced his way into the home while armed with a 9mm Glock handgun. And several spent 9mm shell casings were found in front of and inside the residence. So this is like a little bit of Mandy, happy anniversary. Longer than 6 months. Love this channel. We love having you. Happy anniversary. I'm going to say that before it scrolled up too much and I didn't get to say it. So this is a little bit of background. I have something in my eyeball. About some of the court stuff going on. Before jury selection began Wednesday, defense made several arguments in recent months that the Polk County jail policies and death penalty scheme in Florida are unconstitutional. Selena K gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, Selena K. I appreciate it. So Circuit Judge J. Kevin Abdany, I think is the name. Abdany. Let's see. The Judge Abdany, Abdoney, started with a request from Murdock to fire his defense attorney, Deborah Tuomi, in paperwork he filed on January. Okay, so this is her. So here, I'll just put this right here so y'all can see it while I'm reading it. In paperwork he filed on January 31st, seeking to clarify the pro se motion by Murdock in his own case. Abdony asked whether he intended to fire his entire defense team or just Tuomi. Murdock had been sworn in by Abdony as a witness. He then told the judge that he wanted her replaced with another defense attorney because of what she said during an earlier hearing, January 9th, on the restrictive jail policies, including her statement that, quote, I cannot and will not be able to defend my clients, end quote, without better access to clients at the jail. He said that had me very concerned. And I totally agree with her 100% because that jail has done everything possible to keep me and Mrs. Tuomi from having conversations and getting together. Visiting restrictions and access to documents for death penalty defendants to view in preparation for their cases have been a challenge for the defense. Murdock cited a recent incident at the jail in which he met to go over his case with her, and the light flashed a signal that she had to leave after only 15 minutes. Every time we get into a conference, the jail interferes and tells us time's up, you gotta go. He continued with his complaints about the jail policy before ultimately saying he wanted her to continue as his attorney. Quote, well, I would like to know if she can possibly defend me, he said. I cannot come to trial after an attorney makes a statement that there is no possible way she can defend me in court on a decision made. I have not had adequate time to go over my case with Miss Tuomi. To this date, I have not got my discovery. In motions filed last year in Murdock's case, but expanded to multiple death penalty cases in Polk County, Tuomi had said that jail policies prevented their defense team from efficient and effective representation of her clients. The restricted communications with defendants violates their constitutional rights. If the sheriff's office would not change its jail policies nor the court issue such an order, then she asked the judge consider an order that her clients be transported to a location such as the courthouse for legal counsel. He denied both motions and repeated in his ruling that the judicial branch of government cannot tell an executive branch, such as the sheriff's office, what to do. Still, Abdony asked the prosecutor, Assistant State Attorney Bond Eric Johnson, if he could ask the sheriff's attorney to intervene so Murdock could view his case documents and be prepared for trial. Inmates are given a tablet device to view their documents, but Murdock had told the court he was not familiar enough with the device to even turn it on and wanted someone to show him how it works. Detainees can also view their court their case documents and other media from a kiosk, but that does not afford them the privacy of a tablet or paper copies. Also, client attorney mail is typically scanned into a computer on a cart. Nikki, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you. It went to Cindy. Cindy, welcome to Greenside. The judge said, I get that you have pointed out that some testimony at the hearing was the defendant actually scans the paper, and now we are learning that potentially it's the deputy that scans the paper. Tomi also said the number of tablets available for inmates to use was not accurately represented to the court in the last hearing. All right, so this is the death penalty stuff. Murdock's defense had also filed a motion asking the judge to revisit and rule in his favor on the potential unconstitutionality of Florida's new threshold of 8-4 for juries to recommend a death sentence. Okay, now remember this. We talked about this during the Mellie trial. The death penalty now in Florida, I think Mellie trial was the first one that had this. But the death penalty now, instead of having to have once they get to like guilty versus not, guilty verdict, once that part's over and they go into the sentencing phase, the actual jury to rule for death penalty in Florida no longer has to be unanimous. They have to have 8 out of 12 rule in favor of death penalty in order for the death penalty to go through, which has caused a lot of a lot of people to be, a lot of people to question that, and the constitutionality of that. So, Nikki gifted another membership. Where'd that go? Nikki, thank you for gifting membership. Thank you. Another one. They wanted the judge to take a look at that. So she cited the ex post facto clause in the U.S. Constitution, which bans legislatures from enacting laws that impose criminal liability or increase criminal punishment retroactively. She also cited Florida statute. In July, she filed a motion asking the judge to require the higher threshold of a unanimous jury to recommend the death penalty that could have impacted her other Polk County death penalty cases. He did rule in her favor then in the case of Brian Riley, charged with killing 4 members of a North Lakeland family members in the pre-dawn hours of September 2021. In that order, the judge said the new 8-4 standard could not apply because the crime occurred before the law changed in Florida. But in the lead up to the trial of Marcel Gerald Walden, who killed former Lakeland County Commissioner Eddie Yates Henderson and her husband, David Henderson, in November 2020 trial, he made a different ruling. By that time, the 5th District Court of Appeals had ruled the 8-4 threshold stands. Walden has not yet been sentenced, but a jury recommended death by an 11-1 vote February 6th. So according to the judge, the appeals court said the 8-4 standard was procedural and that it didn't affect the maximum penalty that could be imposed, and determined that it was not an ex post facto violation. There are also 2 appeals to the 6th District Court of Appeals pending. On Thursday, a status hearing on the Murdock trial was held, and now they're all here for that. So that's a little bit of background on the death penalty phase of this.
Lieutenant Baldwin, as the jury has the opportunity to see some of these photographs, I'll have some questions regarding some of these photographs. We'll start with State Exhibit 1. What's in this picture?
This is the scene. This is where I went to. This is where the call was to.
Now, it appears to be kind of daylight hours, so our photographs taken not only at the time crime scene arrives, but also throughout the next morning as the light comes out?
Yes.
Now, in that particular picture of Miss Andrews' house, there appears to be a red bag in the driveway. Describe to the jury where that comes from.
Those red bags, from my recollection, those more than likely would have been our red bags. Those are medical bags that the deputies carry, which would have been used to help treat anybody that's wounded.
State Exhibit number 2. In State Exhibit number 2, could you point on that picture roughly the location by the steps where that first victim who was still alive, where you saw her?
She was right in this area. She would have been either like right here on these steps, or there's a chair right here as well. I want to say we came in quick because we didn't know if there was anybody else still in here. So I wanted her out of this fire, and we kind of moved her to this area, but it was right in here, right where I made contact.
So you saw one suspect. Are you concerned before you enter the house that there might be another person in there?
Absolutely.
And was it determined that there was just one suspect, the individual that was on the grass?
That's at the end of it, yes.
Lieutenant Baldwin, in State Exhibit 3, could you point to the Glock 9mm firearm?
Right here in the driveway.
And the thing next to it, is that just basically some type of marker to?
Yeah, that could be a marker that someone put down to mark the item.
Is it important that people don't step on things or kick things?
That's correct. Yes.
State Exhibit number 4, what do we see there?
There's a Glock handgun with a slide lock in the rear.
Now, once that gun is impounded by crime scene, is it able to be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement if any further testing is desired?
Yes.
State Exhibit number 5. What is that showing an entry into?
This is the entry, what we previously saw going into the porch, the small porch that leads into the actual house.
Next, we're going to go to 5A, and you had mentioned a chair just inside of the doorway. Could you point to the jury where that chair is located?
Chair is right here. This little chair on the porch.
Did you actually walk up those steps after Miss Andrews, who was still alive, was tended to by another deputy?
Yes.
Next, we have 5B. Let me see if I can find pictures online.
As you entered that, what do you call that room? Porch or Florida room?
Florida room.
As you're on the Florida room, did you see any other victims at that point, or was it just the lone lady, Miss Andrews?
It was just Miss Andrews.
How did you enter this house?
As you can see, this is how we found it when we got there. This slider was smashed out. And there's a big pool of blood you can't see right here. And there's a blood trail leading right into the house on the tile floor, the one floor, whatever it is. So
when you saw that blood trail leading to the interior of the house, what does that tell you?
I didn't know what we had. We got maybe somebody else in there. We gotta go check.
Next, we have 5C. What does this vantage point show?
This is, again, as you're leading into the Florida porch from the driveway, coming in, this is the chair that Miss Andrews, I believe, would have been sitting in real quick. I think what it was so quick, I had her moved out of here real quick because I don't know what's back here. And then this is the pool of blood that I saw, and there's blood going in.
And if you could point to the jury probably sees it, but where's all the broken pieces of glass from that slider there?
Both inside and outside.
And if somebody fired a bullet, can a bullet rip through a glass sliding door like that?
Yes.
"5D, is that a close-up of the shattered glass on that sliding door?
Appears to be to me.
number 6, by the entrance to that shattered glass door, is there a cell phone?
I see a cell phone, yes.
And any evidence that is located in these pictures, is it incumbent upon the crime scene investigators to document it and then actually pick it up and take it into evidence?
Correct.
Next, we'll go to number 7. What did you notice about what was actually on the chair, number 7?
Blood.
And then number 12. Now, in number 12, I don't have any specific questions about the yellow markers, but what are those yellow markers? How did they get there?
Crime scene would have put those down there.
Next, we have number 13. Now, that threshold kind of entrance into the door, obviously there's a big pool of blood, but what other 2 items are pictured in state exhibit number 13, right there by that pool of blood on the left side and the right side?
A pair of glasses and a cell phone.
All right, state exhibit 19. And then we're going to go to state exhibit 31. Okay, where are we now in state exhibit 31? Have you entered the house?
It looks like we've entered the house.
And did you, go ahead.
Yes.
Did you start to see and then follow the blood trail that you mentioned?
Yes.
Now, a few photographs of that blood trail. Number 34.
Yes.
Number 36.
Yeah, that's a little bit better picture. You can see it as it's just going back. Yes, it's the blood trail that I saw.
And we're going to follow that blood trail with 38, as well as number 40. So is it a fair statement that this was many feet or many yards into the residence that you had to follow this blood trail?
Yes.
Number 42, does this show a pretty good vantage point of how deep into the house it continued on?
Exactly. You can see as it's going back. This is how far it's going. It's going down that hallway.
Did this make it relatively easy for you or for anyone else to locate where the victim would have been hiding? I know she was in hiding when she was dead when you found her, but did it make it easy for you to find where to go?
It did, unfortunately, yes.
And then continuing on with the blood path, we have number 45, and then 46. Number 48, and then 47. So as we get to 47, what does that show for the first time? Does that show the bedroom that this blood trail led to?
Appears to be me.
Did you enter that bedroom, Lieutenant Baldwin?
I did.
Did that blood trail continue in the form of number 52?
Yeah, and this is even, as you can see, it's just getting, and then right to the closet.
In state exhibit number 55, whose body part do we see for the first time in these sequence of photos?
That's the victim.
And if you could point out what body part is visible and sticking out of the closet.
This appears to be her right foot sticking out of the closet.
Move to number 57. Does it appear that she has her shoe and sock off?
Yes.
Lieutenant Baldwin, number 59, is that the closet?
That is it.
And if you look on to the left of the closet, did you notice any blood at various places?
Yeah, you can see some blood along the trim there of the door frame.
And then in number 63, that door to the closet, did you notice additional blood on the doorknob as well as on that front thin piece of the door? If you could point in the picture.
I see blood here. Yeah, yes, there's blood there, but as I was going in, I'm not looking for every little piece of blood. Okay, I'm looking for victims, I'm looking for people, I'm looking for bad guys, I'm looking for work.
It won't let
And
me
as far
go
as
to the
you know-
street view.
Well, you weren't bleeding all over the place, were you?
Because
No.
it's like a,
So if the victim needed to open that door and her hand was bleeding, can blood transfer like that?
I would say yes.
so this is where it's
Actually, have
at.
state exhibit number 66.
I was trying to find pictures to give us an idea.
Is that the lower?
That's the victim. That's the lower part of the body.
We have number 69. Is that, did you later find out that that was Miss Lisa Bunce?
Yes, that's how I found her.
Now, do you see, if you could point to the jury, what appears to be a bullet hole above her head and on the closet door there, or excuse me, on the wall?
Right there.
Okay, real quick, it won't let me do a street view because street view is not available in this like little community or whatever. They don't allow it to go in. But I found there's one of the neighbors' houses is on here where it was sold recently to kind of give you just an idea of what like the little houses in this neighborhood look like. But it's not available. There's no pictures that I can find that are available. And since we don't get to see, I figured I'd try to show something to give y'all an idea.
And then number 70, does this photograph, in addition to show Miss Bunce, does it also show a little bit more close-up of the bullet hole?
Yeah. Let's see the whole of this.
Now, Miss Lisa has something on her left, kind of triceps area. What is that?
Um,
Or I don't need the medical term, but is that part of the medical paraphernalia from trying to help her?
Yeah, I would say so. I would imagine that's EMS. They're checking for vitals.
Number 72, is there blood visible running from a higher spot, kind of down the back of the closet wall?
Yeah, right there on the back. It would be scary. Yeah, splatter.
And then the final two photos, Lieutenant Baldwin, one more from inside. Is that Miss Lisa? Well, is that the same lady that you saw?
That's the victim that I encountered that night.
And without speculating as to where these injuries might have come from, you see the multiple different injuries on her arm? Does there appear to be multiple entry points that cut her arm up?
It appears that way. Yeah.
All right. And then the final photograph, Lieutenant Baldwin, well, back outside. In state number 106, what is that?
That is the pickup truck that I encountered that was there at the scene, parked in front of the residence, near the residence in the roadway. Parked right there.
And were you able to obviously look at the license plate and then run the tag?
I'm sure I did.
And did it come back registered according to your report to David Marshal Murdock?
Yes.
All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, you can have a seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to advise you the state has published some photographs that have been received in evidence. I want you to know that during deliberations, all of the evidence will go back to the jury room with you. You will have ample opportunity to review any exhibit. Mr. Levine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Baldwin, after the homicide detectives responded and you briefed them about what you had at that point, did that conclude your major involvement in this case?
Yes.
All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Cross. Jimmy, you may proceed.
Good morning.
More.
So back in 2019, were you a lieutenant
Yes.
at that time? And I did not hear how long you had been in law enforcement. Could you tell us again how long you've been in law enforcement or were in law enforcement? I know you're retired, but how long?
29 years and change.
All right.
Close to 30.
And the entire time that you've been answering questions by the prosecutor in this case, you've been repeatedly looking at your report, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that your report's about 2 pages long?
3.
2 pages,
Yes.
the third page being
Yeah.
of no substance?
But, okay.
Now, when you were asked on direct about this active shooter, by the time that you had responded to the scene, you had already known through a 911 call that an individual had called and said that he shot 2 people, right?
Correct.
So it wasn't an active shooter investigation. You had already known that someone had called 911 and said that they had shot 2 people, right?
How would it not be active?
Well, what's your definition of an active shooter?
Shootings that have occurred or may occur are still progressing. I don't know if it's over.
Well, according to your report, you presume that the individual that made that 911 call was the suspect or the shooter, right?
Yeah.
Right?
One.
You thought there were more than one?
Always think more than one.
How many did you think when you responded to the scene? How many shooters did you think there
I don't
were?
know, man. 1 or 2. I don't know.
1 or 2?
I hope not more than 1.
But you thought there were more than one?
I don't ever assume that there's not.
So you assume that there were more
Until
than
we have everything done, there could be more than, I don't know. I didn't know. I assume that we have to do everything we can to make sure we've got everybody safe.
So you assume that there was more than one shooter when you arrived on scene?
He's getting annoyed.
The presumption in my training that not to get locked in on one thing or one person is my nature and my training as far as how I go about critical scenes. Does that make sense?
So when you arrived on scene, or actually when you're driving to the scene, you assumed there was more than 2 shooters, correct?
I always keep that as an option as a
So the answer to my question is yes.
yes.
And prior to you arriving on scene, you had already been informed that a male subject was lying on the grass in front of the residence,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the state asked you about the slide of the gun being racked back, and you gave various explanations as to why that may occur, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
In this specific case, do you know why the slide on that firearm was racked back?
No, ma'am.
The state showed you some photographs about this red bag that was in the driveway. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know what that red bag was.
I assumed it was one of our bags.
You're making an assumption. You don't know what that red bag
That is
was, correct?
That is correct.
The prosecutor asked you, how did you enter the house? You never answered that question, so I'm going to ask you. How did you enter the residence?
I walked through the broken glass. That was right there.
All right, so you just looked at the photographs. How did you walk through that broken glass? What door did you use to enter the residence?
I went through the Florida room where the door was, Then I went through the broken windows of the slider through there.
And when you arrived on scene, how many other deputies or emergency personnel, if any, were on scene before you had arrived?
I can't recall who got there first.
Fair enough. Was EMS there when you arrived? When you arrived on scene?
Was
I don't
EMS
remember.
there? Is that what it is? Oh, EMS.
Well, if you had testified.
Look, I can't hear nothing. My old lady ears, I was about to say earballs, but last time it's not earballs, it's eyeballs and eardrums. Two different things. She said, was EMS there? Like EMS? And I thought she said, was he a mess when you got there? I was like, well, yeah, he's out there laying on the grass talking about he just shot somebody. Obviously he's a mess, but that's not what she said.
That you were checking for a pulse, and we saw photographs of Miss Bunce with the little medical patches on her body that would indicate that either you arrived or EMS arrived first. Which one was it? You don't recall?
Maybe I misconfused your line of questioning as far as getting on scene, actually getting on scene, what vehicles, who got there first. When we're going to these things, we all get there sometimes simultaneously. In answer to your question, I got there first to the victim before EMS got to her.
That was my question. So when you got to the victim first, you had checked her carotid artery and you found no pulse.
Right.
But yet, and then afterwards, EMS arrived, right?
Right, but
EMS arrived.
they were, as I was probably doing the checking, EMS was probably pulling up on scene. I don't remember exactly the time.
All right.
I know some of y'all were asking, because we had talked last week about we were going to possibly do the bathtub murder trial. And I see a lot of y'all asking, so rather than keep on answering separately, I was planning on doing that one. My only thing is, today is my first day out of treatment. Today's my first day back, like an actual like live full day. And I've been feeling a lot better the last couple of weeks, but I don't know how it's going to go. I didn't want to risk it. In order to do the other one, we would have to catch up, and it's on like day 5. So it would be a lot to catch up on. And I didn't want to try to push myself by having to do like all the catch up by the time they get to verdict watch and all that. So I figured doing a live one was a little bit easier. So if we need to, like, you know, start later or whatever, we can speed through like just the day that we're on instead of having all of the extra days to get through. So I needed to try to ease myself back into full days again. Plus, I like live trials. They're good. Indy Sydney, happy 10-month anniversary.
And I just wanted to make sure that I was correct when you were asked about where Sanda Andrews was located when you arrived on scene. And if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, just let me know.
Okay.
Where was Miss Andrews at when you arrived on scene?
Can I refer to my reports on
You
as
can look
accurate,
down.
so
Yes,
I'm
you
as
can.
accurate as I can be?
Yes. Don't read from it, but just tell me when your
Yes, ma'am.
recollection has been refreshed.
Yes, ma'am.
Has your recollection been refreshed?
Yeah,
Yes, okay.
just through that open door, like I said, is where I made contact, or right in that area where that seat is, that chair.
So was she on the chair, or was she on the ground, or something different?
Both.
Okay. So partially in the chair and partially on the ground?
My recollection
Yes.
is when I came up there, she was sitting on that chair of the Florida porch. I could very easily see that we have a problem here. And she's in the line of being harmed. And we need to get her treated. So we had moved her, we moved her from that seat to the stairs and then out. So she started from my contact there. It was very quick. Get her aid, get her off this porch and out of here.
Now, when you were assisting Miss Andrews in being removed from the Florida room,
Yes.
there was a white male that was lying in the grass in the front of the residence, correct?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that you noticed that white male that was lying in the grass
Yes.
prior to you entering the residence, right?
Correct.
How was that white male lying in the grass, if you recall?
How, can I refer to my report in this case? I'm
Sure.
not missing anything?
Just don't read from it.
Okay.
I need her to take a couple steps forward so we can see her face.
How he was laying in the grass, I don't know as far as you were asking me as far as a body position, but what I recall and from my recollection was he was laying in the grass and he had shorts and flip-flops on, and there was extra deputies coming there, and I had directed them, I'm sure, secure him.
So when you say I'm sure, you don't know whether or not you had other deputies secure the white male that was lying in the grass?
I did not do it myself.
Okay. Do you have a recollection as to whether or not that was done prior to you entering the residence?
I would assume almost simultaneously. As I'm going to do this, other deputies are going here, I'm going with them.
Looks like it.
Some deputies are going to the suspect. It's not just a one thing and the next. Sometimes it's a...
Understood. Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, just a few more questions for you this morning. So, is it a fair statement that you were one of the first early responders as it pertains to law enforcement?
Correct.
And if I understood you, on other units from the sheriff's office, at least one or more units from the sheriff's office were also arriving, correct?
Correct.
And did I understand you correctly that one or more units from the Haines City Police Department were also arriving?
That is correct.
And describe to the jury, how is it that both the sheriff's office and the Haines City PD both arrived at the same location?
Because they are on our same dispatch channel. They heard the call. And
your jurisdiction is countywide, correct?
countywide.
Doesn't matter what city, what town, what village, you can be there and help people, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Haines City Police Department, since the crime scene was Haines City, they would routinely respond to Haines City calls, correct?
Correct.
Now, are you the only one that's doing anything on the scene, or is everybody working collectively?
Everybody's working.
In order for you to do what you did that early morning hours, would you need to know that the defendant was secured by one of your fellow law enforcement officers?
Correct.
And that was accomplished, was it?
It was. I knew that was being done before I went in that house.
Now, you never assume that there's just one shooter or two shooters. You need to figure out what's going on before you could be satisfied. Is that right?
And that's correct.
But did you find out then and verify that there ended up only being one shooter?
At some point, yes.
And was there just one person who called 911 that said they just shot two people because they had to get rid of the devil?
That is the information we had.
And did you just see one person, the suspect, laying in the grass?
Correct.
And did you just see one firearm, that being the black Glock 9mm, laying in the driveway?
Yes.
Now, when you were interacting with the lady who you would later find out to be named Sanda Andrews, the lady who got shot in her face, when you asked who shot her...
Just beyond the scope. Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I would ask to recall Lieutenant Baldwin.
I'll allow you additional cross if necessary. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you asked Ms. Sanda who shot her, did she respond, David?
Yes.
And in what direction did she point?
She pointed at David, the suspect, as he was in the grass.
All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, I have no further questions.
Any additional cross?
I just have one question for you. And how long have you been resigned or retired, I guess, if you will, from Polk County Sheriff's Office?
June of last year.
Last year, I think you already answered that, so I apologize. When you entered the residence, was that door to that front room or that Florida room, was it locked or unlocked?
Can I refer to my report just to make sure I'm being accurate?
You may.
They had, I would love a Grady Judd press conference because Lord knows I love that man. But I didn't see one on here. They did have some
open
statements from him.
Door. The door, from my recollection, was open.
So when you say open, the door was physically open or was it unlocked?
The door was
open.
My recollection, the door was physical, and in the pictures, the door was physically open.
The door was physically open and unlocked.
We are referring to the same door that leads from the driveway into the Florida room, correct?
Yes, sir.
That door, in my recollection and in my report, was open porch door.
And were you the first person to enter that residence?
One of them. I don't know if I was the first, ma'am. There was other deputies on scene that were with me. And even when I went into the house, I had a backup with me. I believe it was Deputy Roman. And we were right there together. And let's go.
So Deputy Roman was your backup prior to yourself and Deputy Roman entering the residence. Do you know if anyone else had entered prior to you entering it?
I do not know.
Thank you.
Any additional redirect?
No, thank you.
Is this witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tooney?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
So the only thing I could find was that Grady Judd said that he said that he had to get rid of the devil as an excuse for his actions.
The state would call Detective Michael Brasswell.
Michael Brasswell.
I love me some Grady Judd.
And members of the jury, this morning I introduced the deputy at the back door as Deputy Hernandez. I misspoke. That's Deputy Rivera and Deputy Gist.
Yes. Hold on. Have y'all seen, while we're talking about Grady Judd, does everybody know who he is? I know I've talked about him on here before. Let me pull up my favorite video ever. He's got some good ones now, but this is my favorite one. Let me find it. This is why. This is him.
So just chill out. You know, drink a 7-Up, eat a moon pie, quit murdering people.
Is that not the best life advice you've ever gotten? Hold on, one more time.
So just chill out. You know, drink a 7-Up, eat a moon pie, quit murdering people.
Best life advice you could ever have.
Is now assisting us as well.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I will tell y'all that not everybody knows about that because not everybody follows him like the way some of us weirdos do. But I was at the grocery store with my kid, and on one of those like little corner aisle things, you know, they had like this little thing of moon pies or whatever, and we're walking by, and I was like, eat a moon pie, stop murdering people. And not only my kid, but also the old lady in front of me both turned and looked at me like I needed, anyway. So while we can laugh about that here, I don't recommend throwing that out there in the moon pie section at the Piggly Wiggly, because they do look at you funny.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Mr. Lewin, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Mike Brasswell. I'm a detective with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Presently 23 and a half years.
Tell the jury about the different units that you've worked in at the Sheriff's Office.
Oh, mercy. Lots and lots of different places. I've been in patrol for a good amount of time. I was in special victims as a detective for a period of time. I spent some time in school resource for 5 years, working with different age groups between there and the high school for 5 years. Back to patrol. I also was a drone operator, so I would operate and fly the drone for air support for our patrol units and our canine. And then recently now I'm a GCU detective, which is general crimes in our central district.
Now, Detective, I want to direct your attention specifically to this case. Do you recall responding to the crime scene in this case?
I do.
And tell the jury about how that transpired.
Well, I was working night shift patrol on the night of the 5th, and back in 2019, this was in January, and there was a call about a shooting at a residence. So we responded there in the emergency fashion with lights and sirens, got there expeditiously as possible. There were multiple units that got there pretty simultaneously, and as I exited my truck, because I was a drone operator at that point, I started making my way up toward the house in a tactful fashion, and I could see what appeared to be a person lying on the ground, kind of splitting the threshold of the patio door, and I could see my lieutenant, whom you just spoke with, or you heard speak earlier. He was making his way into the house, and he was given instruction, we need to get this person out of the doorway. So that became my focus, and I went to that person. I could see that she was still conscious, and me and an unknown officer from Haines City, because they also responded as well, helped me pull this lady out from the threshold to kind of open up the entryway to the door. And as we pulled her across, she was still conscious. She was still making remarks, but I could tell she had been injured and hurt because she had a lot of blood about her face and primarily like her cheek and her mouth. And she was making spontaneous statements. And we were trying to keep her alert, try to calm her down, and try to provide medical aid.
As she was kind of hyped up and excited, what spontaneous statement did she make?
She was saying, David Murdock shot me, he shot me.
Now, besides this one lady and the male that was laying in the grass, were those the only two civilians you could see on scene at that point?
Yes, but my attention was primarily toward the victim in here, the person that had been injured. I could see out of my peripherals that some of my other colleagues were dealing with somebody that was over in like a grassy area off to the side. Who that person was and what they were doing, I really don't know, because I was afraid due to her injury that she was going to pass and that I was going to be the one receiving her last testimonial as to what had occurred. So it was my primary job to provide the aid that I could and try to get her to survive, on top of, if she didn't survive, to go ahead and get her last testimony as to what had occurred, so that way I could provide that to the investigators that were going to be responding to conduct the remaining of the investigation.
After she said, David Murdock shot me, he shot me, did she still remain conscious?
She did. I made it a point to try to keep her conscious. Myself, having been shot in the line of duty, I knew the importance of staying alert and oriented, and trying to get your blood pressure down, because of course that's going to help with the bleeding, so that way you're not over bleeding. I yelled to another deputy that was coming up, hey, you need to grab me a red bag, and a red bag is a piece of equipment that's issued to us by the sheriff, and inside of it's got a bunch of different first responding medical supplies, gauze, tape, things like that. And we were still waiting for EMS to come in because they were waiting for us to ensure that the scene was secure, which at that point we did not know if it was secure or not, because like I said, we still had units that were going in the house. We were still trying to figure out a lot of the different cogs that were going on inside this scene. So I was specifically paying attention to mine, and that was keep this person as much aid as possible. So I finally got that red bag. I applied the dressing on one side of her cheek, which I could tell from in my own experience, unfortunately, knowing what an entrance wound looks like, that this was probably where the one shot went in. So I applied pressure there. I was trying to look in her mouth to see what kind of injury we were dealing with. Like I said, there was still, because it's in the head and the face, there's a lot of blood, unfortunately. So we're trying to clear that out. And I could tell that it looked like it went through, because the other piece was really jagged. So I've got compressions now on both sides of the face, trying to control the bleeding from the outside. There's not a whole lot I can do with the inside except for try to maybe put some stuff inside her mouth, which I don't recall if I did or not. But I got the outside dressings done, and then by that time EMS got there. And I was trying to brief them, hey, this is what I got, this is what I saw, this is how I treated it. And then they kind of took it over from there. But I still remained with her to see how she was doing, to make sure that she was staying alert and cognizant and whatnot with EMS. And by that time, I was also trying to pull her own personal information as well.
I think she would have to, right?
Did it appear, Detective, then that you were able to identify one gunshot entry wound as well as one gunshot exit wound that were both in her face?
Yes.
Objection, leading compound as well.
Overruled.
Now, knowing about that injury and you described the treatment you gave her, is the red bag that you were given literally a red bag?
It is literally a red bag.
And what might be inside that red bag?
Like I said, it's going to be made up of different styles of medical equipment. We carry a lot of gauze, tape, scissors. Anymore, like I've actually, my red bag got so full of different pieces of equipment, I've actually transferred it to a bright orange backpack. So that way I have my AED pads, my AED batteries. I've got everything I'm going to need to treat any one particular person medically with a one-stop shop, basically. But in that bag, it's got a lot of different equipment there that we can use to provide treatment for people if they are injured.
Detective, shortly after the lady that you were working on made that spontaneous statement, David Murdock shot me, he shot me, did she make any other spontaneous statements?
I was just trying to get her to calm down. I did ask her if she knew where he went, and she really couldn't advise. I asked her what was he wearing. She really couldn't advise. She just knew that the person who shot her was that particular person. She was very adamant that that was that person.
Did she ask where is Lisa?
She did. That was one of her other statements. She asked, where is Lisa? I did not know of a Lisa. I didn't know there was even another person involved in this. And I don't really know whatever came of Lisa.
And did she finally ask you, is Lisa okay?
She,
Sustained.
What was the last statement that she made to you?
She, when she did ask about Lisa, I had to tell her, I'm like, I don't know. Right now, my attention is focused on you because you're my primary objective. I said, I've got other deputies that are here. We're trying to keep the scene under control, and if I can get any information in regards to that to you later, I will. But right now, these are the things I need you to do. And that's when I was asking her, well, you know, where did David go? What was he wearing? You're trying to get that last testimonial. And then when she would start to get really upset, I'd be like, honey, I just need you to calm down. I need you to just focus on your breathing, because when you're hyperventilating and whatnot, especially with the pain I know she had to have been in, she just wasn't able to communicate effectively. So I was trying to work as best I could to keep her calm down and under control, but at the same time get the information I needed out of her so that way I could relay that to the other units that were coming.
Did she appear that she was concerned about Lisa?
100%.
Now, once you're able to help her in all the ways that you just mentioned, and EMS is able to help her however they can help her, where did she end up going?
EMS finally got her stabilized, and they transported her to Lakeland Regional. I was in tow. I was with her from the moment I met her at the threshold of that door until she finally got up to the TICU, which is the trauma unit at Lakeland Regional. I was even with her whenever she went through to go get her CAT scan in the ER.
That's
Did
amazing.
you make
that she
contact with the
survived.
supervising nurse and the ER doctor/surgeon?
I did. I made contact with both the on-duty charge nurse and the treating physician. I made a request because we were working in an active crime scene that anything that was to come off of her body, I would need as potential evidence. Being that I've worked very closely with Lakeland Regional in the past with my tenure in service, they knew exactly what I was looking for. And they knew that each article that would come off of her needed to be bagged individually. So every time a piece of clothing or something would come off, whether it be jewelry, clothing, undergarments, they were all bagged separately, so that way we could keep track of them all. I took inventory of them, and then later on I would turn all those over to our crime scene tech when they showed up.
So that would include her bloody clothes?
Correct.
So did she receive treatment at the Lakeland Regional?
She did.
Now, as you were at Lakeland Regional and she was receiving treatment, did one of the detectives from the homicide unit arrive named Detective Angel Shireman?
She did.
Did you have an opportunity, once you were given the green light, to actually take some photographs of St. Andrews?
I did, because being that this is a very sensitive investigation, normally our crime scene folks would do that. But due to her status and her injuries, when I was talking with Detective Shireman, she said, if we're able to go ahead and capture some photos of her injuries, to go ahead and do so.
You say irrelevancy at this point.
Overruled.
So someone asked you to take photos and you did so?
I did.
All right, Detective. Detective, did you have an opportunity at my office some time ago to look at a series of photographs?
I did.
If I may approach, please, Your Honor. I'm going to show you some photographs in the form of 14 through 18, as well as 212 through 216. You can take a moment, look through those photographs, and when you're done, tell me if you recognize those photographs.
We want to see the photographs. You know, there's no opening statements in this one apparently, but that first officer did a pretty good job of telling them, you know, exactly what he walked in on.
Yes, sir.
All right. There's some additional photographs I'm going to ask you questions about, but they've already been moved into evidence. So as it pertains to those photographs, do those fairly accurately depict the crime scene, some things about the crime scene, as well as some pictures that you took of Santa Andrews at Lakeland Regional?
Yes, sir. These photographs are depicted as Exhibit 14 through 18. I can recognize these as being the area of the patio.
I'll ask you some more questions about those in a moment. And then the other numbers are those photographs that you took of the victim at Lakeland Regional?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, the state would move those photos into evidence.
Any objection?
If I could just briefly see those photos, just to make sure.
Any objection, Ms. Toomey?
No, sir, Your Honor.
They will be received.
Your Honor, would it be all right for Detective Brasswell to step down?
Yes, and Mr. Levine, if you could make sure that when you do that, the witness positions himself or herself so that it doesn't block the view of these folks down here in front.
Thank you. All right, Detective Brasswell.
Can you come down here with you, Mark?
Yes, please.
Real quick, about 2 weeks ago, I'm pulling up all the court docs for this stuff now, looking at it. About 2 weeks ago, the defendant wrote a letter to the judge, a 20-page letter to the judge. 20 pages. I haven't read it. I have no idea what's in it. I just pulled it up.
I have a few particular questions about some photographs. And if you can just stand so that the two ladies in the front can see what we're talking about here. First, I'm going to show you a couple photos that are already in evidence. This is State Exhibit number 3. Now, as you, the early morning hours of the date that we're talking about here, as you go up that driveway, do you see the red bag that you were talking about?
I do. Yes, it's right here.
Point to the jury, if you would, Detective. Where did you first make contact with Miss Sanda?
She was right here in this threshold area, right here.
And then State Exhibit 5A, is that where you made contact with her?
It's a better area, yep, right in here.
All right, give me one quick minute. All right, now, Detective, we're going to look at some photos that you just moved into evidence in the form of 14. Were there various items on the ground as you were working on Miss Sanda?
Yes, sir. This appears to be a set of glasses right here.
Number 15.
Yeah, the cell phone.
Does there appear to be, or we'll go to number 16. Does there appear to be blood both next to the cell phone and all over the cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Number 17, next to the blood, there appear to be a white object in that picture right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then as we get closer up, number 18, does that appear to be a human tooth?
It does appear so.
Now, next, we're going to go to State Exhibit 212. What do we see in 212?
This would be the room number, which I documented in my report. This is up in the TICU where she was being taken care of.
What does 213 show?
This is the victim that I was dealing with at the threshold of the doorway.
Next, we move to 214. What does 214 show?
It shows some gauze that's packing one of the wounds that she had sustained.
And then next we go to number 215 being her left cheek. What does that photo show of her left cheek?
That would be the entry wound that I was speaking of.
And the final photograph will be number 216, the red cheek. I mean, not the red cheek, the right cheek.
And here you can see where it's ripped a little bit more, as if it's an exit wound.
And as law enforcement, of course, try to close it back up so you saw perhaps more pronounced?
Yeah, this is much cleaner. They've already done several rounds of treatment between the folks in the EMS and the guys at the emergency room. This was, of course, way worse whenever I was dealing with it, trying to get it to stop me.
All right, Detective, you may have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, this trial just started today. We are on the second witness.
All right, Detective, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you helped extricate or take Sandra Andrews out of the Florida room at that residence.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had testified on direct that when you were speaking to Ms. Andrews, you had asked her who had done this or where this person was, right?
I asked when it happened.
Okay. And when you asked her where this person was, she was not able to tell you, correct?
She was not.
Thank you.
I mean, are we going to try to pretend like it wasn't him?
Nothing further.
Is this witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Toomey?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Joni Massad.
Move Cutthroat, this is going to be a fast trial. I think.
You can step up right here and raise your right hand. You sworn to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Just watch your step here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Levine, you may proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again, ma'am.
Good morning.
May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joni Masad.
And what community do you live in?
My husband and I live in Sweetwater Golf and Tennis in the winter months. We usually come down from Michigan in October and we stay through April.
Now, when these events took place, did you also live in that same community?
Yes, my husband and I did.
Describe to the jury what type of community is that, and kind of what's the setup of that community?
It's a very friendly community, very active, 55 and over. We have lots of activities, golf, tennis, pickleball now too. We have our own ballroom and our own pub, and it can be as active as you want, or other activities, card playing, bingo, lots of things to do.
Oh, I love me some
And
bingo.
is it fair statement that a lot of the community members that live there, they're friendly and they interact with groups of friends?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, my husband and I have kind of a circle of friends that we do things with, but we're still friendly with everyone in the community.
Who helped you with your first piece of property that you bought within the Sweetwater community?
Yeah, my husband and I had gone down to visit my sister and her husband in Sweetwater Golf and Tennis. And after we'd been there a few days, we enjoyed it so much, we started talking with Sanda Andrews. She's a real estate agent, and she worked with us, showed us probably about 6 or 7 homes at the time. Then we went back to Michigan, but I stayed in touch with Sanda after we went back. And then she ultimately said one of the houses we looked at, the price had been reduced. Were we interested? So my husband and I followed through, made an offer, and bought a house. And Sanda did all the work for us as a realtor.
Coincidentally, did the house end up being across the street from where Miss Sanda lived?
Yes, yes. The house we bought was directly right across from where Sanda Andrew lives.
Now, the house where you live in now, and you don't have to give the address, but is it still in the same community?
Yes, my husband and I bought a second home in May of 2 years ago, and because it was bigger and it had a view of the golf course, and it's still in the same community. It's just about 5 or 6 homes away, and we ultimately sold our first home since then.
And who helped you with those transactions?
Sanda Andrews did. We tried to sell it on our own at first, but then we were having not the exposure that we wanted. So we went to Sanda, signed a contract with Sanda, and within 2-3 weeks, she had an offer for us, and we followed through, and she closed the deal for us also and sold it.
Besides being neighbors and her being your real estate agent, did you guys interact or socialize a lot?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. Sanda wasn't in our circle of friends, but we were always very friendly and felt we could text her or ask her anything. She would keep an eye on the outside of our house while we were gone in the summer. She would ask if they could park their vehicle in it, if they had a second vehicle. But I wouldn't say she wasn't in our tight circle of friends, but we were very friendly and chatty with her when we saw her.
And did Miss Andrews have a separate circle of friends that she would more commonly hang out with?
Yes, she did.
In that circle of friends, did you meet on at least one occasion the deceased victim, in this case, Lisa Bunce?
Yes, yes, I did.
And did you meet on at least one occasion the defendant, David Murdock?
Yes, I did.
Describe to the jury how and where you met the defendant and Lisa in conjunction with Sanda.
Okay. I came out of my home, and Sanda and the defendant and Lisa were out on Sanda's sitting outside in chairs and enjoying the Florida day. And Sanda said, "Oh, come on over and meet my friends." So I came over and she introduced them, and she asked if I wanted to stay for a drink, and I said, "No, thank you. I was off to do something." And so that was pretty much the primary. I believe she did say that her friend was from up north, so we have that in common, the Michigan and Ohio, I believe she was from.
Now, the Sweetwater community, is that a gated community?
It is a gated community, yes.
And describe what that means.
In our community, I believe there's 4 ways you can get into our community. The first way is people that own there can get a garage door opener and program it so that when you get up there, you just hit the clicker, it opens. A second way is you're given a 4-digit code that you use when you get to the key box, and you put pound and the 4-digit in, and that's assigned just to you, and the gate opens. The third way is you can tell a friend to put in your house number, just a straight house number, and it's assigned and set up to my cell phone. My cell phone rings, I answer it, and then I just push the number 9, and the gate opens for anyone that I know is coming. The fourth way is someone could follow another car in, because the gate stays open long enough where another car could follow someone in.
So in a perfect world, the front gate is secured and you have to either know someone or know the code or have somebody help you get in. Is that correct?
It is, except in the case where they could follow someone in. That's the other case.
They have bocce ball.
Now, the location of your residence, you mentioned, is across the street from Miss Andrews' residence. If you looked out your front window, what would you see as it pertains to her residence?
Yes, we would see Sanda's lanai and her she has the lanai there and then a porch off to the right. That's what we would see, in her lamp post right there.
Is Sweetwater a pretty peaceful community?
Yes, it is.
Is it like loud, wild parties, or is it pretty quiet?
No, it's pretty quiet.
Now, the specific night when all this happened, do you recall what was going on during that day and into the evening with you and your husband?
My husband and I had just came home that day. He had had a procedure at Moffett, and so we'd been gone for a couple days, and we came home. We were both very tired, so we went to bed early, like 8 or 8:30, and then it proceeded where we were woke up when we heard a couple of gunshots.
When you heard those gunshots, what did you do?
Both my husband and I got up, and the first thing we did is made sure the doors were locked, because we normally did not lock our doors. Then my husband went to the window and was looking outside, and he said, "There's a man out there, and he's walking in front of Sanda's house and by her lamppost, walking on the street or walking in the grass back and forth, but he was staying right there." But we didn't recognize him.
Did you have an opportunity then to look out the window and see that male?
Yes, I did too. I also looked out the window and saw him. And also then my husband went into our lanai, which is a screened-in porch, but it only has vinyl windows, so you can hear better, and we leave one window cracked. And my husband said he could hear someone whimpering and crying.
When you looked outside, did you just see the one person, the one male?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as you went closer to the front of your residence, did you hear Sanda saying anything?
No, I did not.
Now, what did you do next well, let me backtrack for a moment. At that point, could you see Sanda or see anyone else besides the one male who was in front of the house?
No, I could not.
What did you do next?
After my husband had said, "I hear some whimpering and crying," I said, "I'm going to call Sanda," which I did, but it went right to her voicemail. So then my husband and I talked, and I said, "I'm going to call 911. So my husband stood at the window, which is by our kitchen sink, where he could look through the window, and I was on the phone with the 911 operator, and she was asking me questions. Did I recognize him? Could I tell his nationality? What was he wearing? What was his height? Just general questions, and what was he doing basically at the time.
While that was going on, were you able to carry on a dialogue with the 911 operator and answer her questions?
Yes, I was.
When you heard the gunshots and then subsequently called Sanda and she didn't answer, were you concerned at that point?
Yes, I was.
Did you see the male doing anything particular when you turned the light on at your residence?
Yes. My husband, as I mentioned, was in the window looking out, and we had our light in the kitchen on, and the man was standing there, and he put his hands up like this, like, I'm guilty, or I'm under arrest, or whatever, or I'm not guilty. I don't know what the sense of why he did that, but he put his hands up.
And that was towards your direction?
Yes.
So did it appear that he was looking at you and your husband?
Yes.
And you and your husband were looking back at him?
Yes, so we turned off our kitchen lights so he couldn't see us as well.
What happened next?
The 911 operator asked if I would stay on the line with her. She said, "The police are coming. Please stay on the line and just keep telling me what you see this man do." And he was standing, or sometimes he would sit on the grass right by the lamppost. And then I said to her, I can see officers coming from both my left and my right on the street, and they're coming, and they arrested him. They had their shields. They arrested him and handcuffed him. And as soon as they did that, then other, I believe it must have been medical staff, came in right away, and they took Sanda out of her lanai and just down a couple steps and had her just outside her lanai, laying outside. And that's when we knew, of course, that Sanda was the one that was whimpering and crying.
Did you hear Sanda at that point after they brought her closer to the street?
Yes, I did.
Say anything?
I heard Sanda say, "You didn't have to kill my friend. Why did you kill my friend?"
Aww.
Now, have you had an opportunity some time ago to come to my office and look at some photographs?
Yes, I did.
In a moment, I'm going to show you those photographs, and I want you to take your time and look at each of the photographs, and then tell me if you recognize those photographs.
Okay.
For the record, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 181, 183, 184, and 193. Can you pull those down and take a look at those photographs?
Mm-hmm.
And when you're done looking through them, just let me know if you recognize the subject matter that's shown in those photos.
Yes, the aerial shot that is over top of the front part of our home and most of Sanda's home. I recognize that. And I recognize the community because I've seen aerial views of it in the past.
And does the last photograph show not only Sanda's house, but also your house?
Correct.
And the vantage point?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. I'll take those photos back for a moment.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 181, 183, and 184 in evidence.
Not 193.
Correct, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
They will be received.
And then, Your Honor, the state would move 193 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, to 193.
The objection?
If you can approach.
Where'd they go? What the heck? They took it away. We lost our feed. They said resuming in a moment. Let's look while they're doing this. Let's look at that note. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Correspondence. Here we go. Normally they won't cut that like that, but I guess it's different because it's not normal camera feed. All right. This is 20 pages. So there's no way we'll be able to read all of it at once. But we can look at it while we're on break. So this is, he wrote the judge, this is a couple weeks ago. And it was received on the 5th. I'm writing you this letter to maybe and hope to get some sort of clarification on why I have not been giving the opportunity to sit in the seat at the courtroom and tell the courts about the truth of what goes on in this jail. I know I live here, have been going on 6 years. So let me begin with our court date on 2/9/24. I do believe that it was on a motion for the use of the jail laptops to prevent the use of attorney laptops from being used by the inmates. Attorneys, okay, let's move on. Let's move on. I was not at the courtroom for that hearing. I was at the jail doing a virtual of the hearing in a room with several other inmates. Now, I do believe the jail's attorney, M. Cabrera, had a witness for the jail who has worked for the jail for 20 years. I may be wrong, but his name was Sowell. He is over the jail laptops, and I believe he said there were 20 laptops between both jails. I do believe he said that no one could hack into the laptops. Well, in one way he is right, and in another he is wrong, and I will explain. Now what I am going to tell you, I was told this not by one officer that works at the South County Jail, but two officers. This is hard to read. This is from the defendant to the judge. I will not mention their names to protect them from losing their jobs. These two officers are well respected by most inmates in this jail because of their respect to the inmates, and if they lost their job because of this letter, it puts me at risk if other inmates or officers find out I put their names on there. So I was talking to the officers about Mr. Sowell's statement that no one could access the jail laptops due to a virus protection app. I may be wrong about that. You know, we're only on page 2, and he's already said, I may be wrong about that a few times, but that's okay. But I am not talking about a virus. I am talking about someone getting into one of the jail's laptops. I was telling the officer that Mr. Sowell stated that no one could access the jail laptops, closed or opened. Well, here is where one of the officers stopped me and stated, I am going to tell you something, Mr. Murdock, and if you mention my name, I will deny we ever had this conversation. He tells me Mr. Sowell is right in one way but wrong in another. Every officer here has a code, or you could say a personal password giving to them when they are hired to put in their personal cell phone so they can go in and look up jail events or things they want us to know about. Well, a while back, one of the officers was going through some of the apps. When you go into the site, he clicks on it and said he started reading what popped up. He tells me the other officers, after about 5 minutes and the screen changing to other pages, he was reading papers on a site that was on an inmate here at the jail. He said then he realized what he was reading, what was being played into a jail laptop by an attorney to their client. He stated telling other officers about it as long as they would not tell the higher up at the jail and maybe get him fired. He tells me now when the laptops are closed and put away, you cannot access them, only when they are in use. I then looked at the other officer and stated, yeah, right. Do you expect me to believe that? Then he told me that he was just on the other site the other day. So, so that he's saying that the laptops that they have in the jail, you can access the attorney, the stuff that the attorney's sending, which is of course attorney-client privilege, so they shouldn't be able to. That's what he's saying, if I'm reading this correctly. He told me that if there are three or more attorneys using the laptops at the same time, you can't choose the one you want. It just takes you to one. Judge, that is sorry as hell. They had no reason to lie to me. And he told me, if you are reading what is on the laptop and it goes dark, the attorney has closed that laptop. I said that I do believe Mr. Sowell stated that he monitors those laptops, and if they can see someone is trying to access them, they could block them to prevent them from getting in. Now I hope I stated that right. It was either prevent someone from getting in or a virus. Now let's go to the closing argument of Mr. Cabrera. I am not spying. I am not saying Mr. Cabrera was lying to the court. I just believe he was misinformed by someone working at the jail. Mr. Cabrera, I do believe, made a statement that no officer is allowed to have their personal cell phones on them at the jail. Well, when he made that statement, there were two officers standing at the doorway. One was on his phone. We all broke out laughing, even the officers. The officer on the phone pulled it away from his ear, looked at it, and stated, "Well, I did not know we had a no phone rule. If we do, we are all in violation of this rule because every employee has their personal phone on them." So I am not calling Mr. Cabrera a liar. As I stated, I do believe he was misinformed by someone at the jail. Okay, let's move on to 2/2024. We had I do believe, a motion for reconsideration of motion for protective order and motion to compel reasonable access to counsel and digital evidence that was denied, and motion to continue jury trial and denied. So on these, I am confused again. I was at the court on this one, and again, I was disappointed that I was not allowed to take the stand and tell my side of the story. I was only allowed a few minutes after you made your decision, and for that, Judge Abney, I thank you. So what I want to start with is the letter from Officer Justice, who brought me my legal main. On 1/12/24, that letter that was, and I am going to say this with a total respect, was a total lie by Officer Justice, and his second letter was a lie also. Look, I was there. I was a part of that conversation. We stood 2 foot apart from each other while in this conversation. I was called to come to the door and bring my ID when I go to the short hallway. Officer Justice asked me if I was David Murdock and I could show him my ID. I did. He tells me he has a box of legal mail for me. He tells me he wants me to look at the box to verify that it is my name and the box is sealed, so I did. Now I ask Officer Justice if I could get a copy of my legal mail, and this is what he stated: "I don't know how to do copies." Not that we don't do copies, it was, "I don't know how to do copies." So I asked Officer Justice, "Can you find someone who knows how and have them copy it for me?" Lucy is all of us right now. Statement from Office Justice. So, Mr. Murdock, are you refusing your legal mail? No, I want a copy because I have nowhere on my kiosk that has legal mail. Well, he tells me to look at this piece of paper. When he shows it to me, it has the apps on it like it has on the kiosk. He points to legal mail and tells me just go to it to get your legal mail. So I tell Officer Justice, now there we have a problem. I don't have that app on my kiosk. Would you like me to show you? So what he does next is he tells Officer Cruz to call down at the office and tell them that Mr. Murdock has refused his legal mail, and he walks away. I tell him as he is walking away that I am not refusing my legal mail. I want a copy. Now, as Officer Justice stated in his first letter, that he said he was going to scan it was a lie. He never one time mentioned he or I was going to scan the legal mail. That's why he had to retract what he had said in his second letter, and he still don't get it right. Now on 2/21/24, around 9 a.m., I was called to the short hall again. There I met Officer Franklin and another officer wearing a badge on his belt and wearing civilian clothes. I asked first who he was, and he gave me his name, which I can't remember. Sorry for that. But he tells me he is going to show me how to use the tablet. Great, I tell him. Then Officer Franklin asked me if I would like to sign my legal mail so I could look at it on the tablet instead of the kiosk. I tell Officer Franklin I don't have legal mail on my kiosk. Well, he tells me something that Officer Justice never told me or anybody that I wrote to in a grievance about not having a legal mail app on my kiosk. Well, how damn simple was that? Okay. How damn simple was that? I told Mr. Franklin that Officer Justice never explained that to me, that it would create it on the kiosk and the tablet. Now, after I seen the legal mail, the officer with the badge showed me how to open up the tablet and use it. And believe me, if he had not showed me, I would probably still be trying to open it today. Seen? Now, I know there is not much you can do about what goes on at the jail, and I respect that, but this jail has been my home going on 6 years. I know what goes on in here with other inmates. I've watched it too many times. This, where putting our legal mail on the kiosk puts other inmates at risk of getting them hurt, killed, or someone jumping on their case. These kiosks are mounted on the wall only a few inches apart. There is no partition between the kiosks to keep the inmate next to you from looking at your legal mail, or no way to keep someone from looking over your shoulder and reading your legal mail. That puts you at a great risk of someone seeing your case and not liking what they see, and they get you in a cell and beat the living hell out of them. Believe me, I have seen it many of times. You catch them in their cell, they shut the door, have other inmates watch for officers, then beat the living hell out of them. I have seen people beat unconscious, and if not for other inmates to talk that person or persons to stop before they really do kill the other person, they would have killed them. And here we have another problem. Each dorm only has 3 kiosks. Now, when they let a rotation out for their time, there are 24 inmates let out on time. You get 2 hours in the morning, 1 hour in the evening. Here's where the problem comes in. If you are on the kiosk, you only have 15 minutes to check your messages, text your family or friend, do a grievance, or request a medical call. Then you may have photos, postal mail, or go into the law library or your legal mail, which is always dangerous because of other inmates looking at your legal mail. But after 15 minutes, the kiosk kicks you out, telling you your time is expired. Well, Judge Abney, if you have other inmates behind you wanting to get on that kiosk to check their account, and there will be all the time, I dare you to try and go back on. You have just invited yourself to an ass whooping. So if you go back on, you've just invited yourself to an ass whooping. And it is going to happen not by just one of those waiting, but almost all of those waiting to get on. Look, you lock people down 21 to 23 hours a day like an animal. they begin to act like an animal. So I will put it to you this away with my high profile case. And at my age of 65, because they don't give a damn about your age in here, if I was on the kiosk, try to go through my legal mail and trying to keep other inmates from looking over my shoulder, and when my 15 minutes is up, there is no way I would ever think about putting my ass in a position to get hurt or killed. This is an issue the jail needs to look at, and they refuse. Now here is another denial. Oh, I think it's supposed to be denial. Here's another denial you made that has me totally confused. Transportation, you refused to allow the jail to transport me to my attorney, but when my prosecutor, Mr. Johnson, wanted an inmate from the South County Jail brought to his office by the name of Alfred Lanier to jump on my case, they had the jail and the sheriff department bring Alfred Lanier to him. Could you please answer a question for me? Why can they use the jail and sheriff department but not my attorney? In Bartow, after 2 days of not eating there and refusing to take their meds around 3 a.m. in the morning, they brought guards in, held me down so the nurse could shoot me full of drugs. I was there for 9 days. They sent me back to jail where they put me back in suicide. I still refuse to take their meds. So they refused to let me out of suicide. Then I developed huge bed sores on both hips, legs, and at the top of the crack of my ass. This letter's not going where I thought it was going to, but, okay. From having to sleep on a concrete floor. The sores were bleeding. I tried to get medical attention and was refused. And so I got another inmate from Med? Something, to write down my daughter's phone number to call her. If they don't get me out of suicide the next day, I asked to see the psych doctor. When they took me to her, I opened my turtle suit and showed her the bleeding bed sores and told her my plan, and her name would be on the lawsuit if she did not get me out of that suicide cell. Well, it worked. They took and moved me to isolation, gave me a bed and doctored the sores for 14 days, then moved me to SNU Special Needs Unit where they put all the psychos. They moved me to a special needs unit where they put all the psychos. I didn't ask to be put there. That's where they put me. Now, the reason I am telling you all of this is Mr. Johnson had some mathematical genius figure up astounding amount of minutes that I had to read my discovery. Now I will let you know I am not a hardcore criminal. I never knew. I mean, you murdered one person and tried to murder another. Anywho, back to the mathematical genius. I'm not a hardcore criminal. I never knew what a discovery was or ever heard of it. No attorney ever asked me if I would like my discovery. Now, on September 2019, without my knowledge, I was... Wait, these are out of order. Oh, that one was supposed to come. This is page 8. That was page 9. So this is supposed to come before that. I was wondering. Okay. Let's get to Mr. Johnson. He got to make a speech that I would have loved to remark on, but like I said at the beginning of this letter, I thank you for the time you gave me. He stated that I was the holdup of these going on 6 years. He named one as playing the... Oh, because he said they had to go through the whole competency hearing and all of that. So playing the incompetent role. Let me explain something. I never played the incompetent role when I met my first attorney, which I can't remember her name. She tells me I was incompetent and I need to keep my mouth shut and let her do her job. I ask her what incompetent meant. She tells me I am not fit for trial, that she was going to try and get me sent to a hospital. I ask her, are you trying to get me sent to a psych hospital? Oh, hell no, you are not. Now, Mr. Johnson is right about one. Oh, hell no, you are not. Why do I hear this like in the voice of like my uncles? Okay. The hell you ain't. Now Mr. Johnson is right about one thing. I talked to the psych doctor that my attorney sent trying to convince them I was competent. Then I got to thinking, if I refuse to talk to the state's psych doctor, then they would find me competent. Well, it backfired on me. I was kept in suicide at the jail because the psych doctor here at the jail diagnosed me being paranoid schizophrenic with PTSD and depression. The psych doctor tried to put me on psych meds. I refused. So this is why, okay, so the other one was supposed to be before this, which is why. So I'm not reading that whole other page again. But this is the lead up to that with the turtle suit and all that. Put me on psych meds. I refused, so they kept me in suicide in a 7x12 cell, sleeping on a concrete floor with 8 to 9 other inmates wrapped in a turtle suit. I tried to get them to let me out, but they would not because I refused to take their psych meds. After 2 months in suicide, I went on a hunger strike. I stopped eating. After 12 days, another inmate snitched me out, so they Baker acted me to something. Okay, so then the whole other one about all that, etc. That all the other stuff. I'm not reading that whole page again. All right, so now page 10. I told to pack my things. I was leaving. I asked the officer where I was going. He tells me he had no idea. But I found out later that morning when I got sent to Treasure Coast Forensic Treatment Center, I was found incompetent and no damn body told me, not even my attorney at the time. No damn body told him, not even his attorney at the time. Now, I trust no one, and I mean no one. So I went silent. Like a monk. I spoke to no one at this time. I am totally confused on why I was sent there. I refuse to take the psych meds. Psych meds scare the hell out of me. Has all my life. I will not take anything that will control my mind. If that happens, they will come in. I can't handle them. After a long time there, the psych doctor took me to drug court. The doctor tells the judge I was paranoia schizophrenic with PTSD and depression, and I was hallucinating. So the judge ordered I take drugs. How the hell can a judge order someone to take drugs when you put people in prisons for doing drugs? We have a screwed up system. Well, I still refused to take the drugs. After 10 days of not taking the drugs, they popped my cell door one morning, rushed me, held me down, and the nurse shot me in my ass with a needle full of drugs. Then they all ran out of my cell and shut my door. It only took about 15 minutes for that drug to take effect, and when it did, I was sitting on the side of my bed, my whole body locked up like I was paralyzed. I could not move one part of my body. I could not even swallow. I was drooling all down the front of me. I could not even move one finger. I was aware of what was going on around me, but I couldn't move. Hallucinating. He was hallucinating. Now, I was like this for around 5 to 6 hours. I was no more than 4 feet from my toilet, but I could not get to it, and I pissed and shit all over myself. When I was able to move, I went and cleaned myself up. I found out they gave me Halidol. I don't know if I spelt it right, but it may be close. Well, I asked them in a note to send me back to jail. They said no. The next week, they rushed me again, gave me another shot. I went through the same as the first something. More shit and pissed myself again. So when I came out of this shot, I did what I had to do. I went, cleaned up, back to my room. I had 4 pair of tube socks. I made a rope, put a noose, hung the rope over my door, rolled up my bedroll, put it by the door, got up on it, put the noose around my neck, and kicked the bed roll out from under me. When that noose tightened around my neck, that was the best feeling I ever had felt. But as I was blacking out, the door popped open and I hit the floor. Someone seen me hanging myself and snitched me out. What a shame. So they take the rope around my neck, but not without a fight. I got my bed and sat down. The doctor asked me what the hell I was trying to do, so I wrote him a note, send me back to jail. He tells me no, and with that stunt, I will never be going back. He tells me they will be putting me in a suicide suit and taking my things. I wrote him another note that will be fine, but sooner or later you have to give me back my things. And when you do, I will hang myself again. Now send me back to jail. Well, it worked. 3 days later, they come and told me to pack my things. I am going back to jail. I wrote the doctor a note. So I see you have decided to send me back to jail. What happened to I was never leaving? He tells me that if I was going to kill myself, I could do it at jail and not in his facility. Now, when I get back to jail, where do they put me? Right back in SNU, Special Needs Unit, where they put the psychos. Now, this was in September of 2020. I spent 1 year at the hospital. Now this is where Mr. Johnson's math. Oh, Mr. Johnson had the math genius, apparently. Mr. Johnson's math does not add up either. He knows nothing about SNU. Mr. Johnson calculated these mathematical minutes up for going on 6 years that I could have been reading my discovery on the kiosk all of this time. Well, here is where he is wrong. The jail never put your discovery on the kiosk back in 2020. But not only that, I, at this time, never had any knowledge a discovery ever existed until a inmate in SNU asked me if I've ever read my discovery. Okay, I ask, what is a discovery? It is everything they have on your case. You have a right to it. It is your discovery. Okay, I ask, how do I get it? Ask your attorney for it. They will bring you a copy. This was at the end of 2020. Now, in 2021, I asked my attorney about getting me my discovery. Oh no, Mr. Murdock, you don't need that at this time because someone in your cell might read it one day when you are gone to court or somewhere else and then jump on your case and there's been no depots done yet by the state or by me. Now here's where Mr. Johnson has caused another delay in this trial. In early 2021, I had an inmate by the name of Alfred Lanier in my cell. Lord of mercy. The hell you ain't. I still got that in my head. Okay. All right, so in my cell, one morning, they came to our cell and woke up Alfred Lanier and told him he had court. Oh, Alfred, go to court. He told the officer that he had no court that morning. The officer tells Mr. Lanier, yes, he did. So get dressed. Now, Mr. Lanier was gone most of the day. When he comes back from court and comes to our cell, he tells me, Murdock, we need to talk. Okay, Lanier. Lanier has a AKA name. They call him Chevy. Okay, Chevy, what do we need to talk about? Chevy tells me, look, I did not have trial today as I thought. This was about you. What the hell are you talking about, Chevy? Well, when they got me to booking at the court house, I was taken in to booking, put in a cell, and there's no G on booking, it's just booking. Put in a cell for a little while. Then this woman deputy came and got me and drove me to the state prosecutor's building. Now, what I'm about to tell you, Murdock, I was told not to say a word to you about this because your prosecutor said if I come back here and said anything to you, he could charge me with interfering in an investigation. But fuck him is what Chevy said to me. Those were Chevy's words, not mine. Chevy tells me that when Mr. Johnson took him to this room and set him down, he asked Chevy if he knew a David Murdock. Chevy said he told Mr. Johnson, yes, we are cellmates. Willie? Well, that's not Willie. What is it? We're cellmates something. Actually, Allie, I don't know. Mr. Johnson tells Chevy they wanted to ask him some questions about me. Chevy said he told Mr. Johnson at first he had nothing to say about me. Then Chevy tells me that Mr. Johnson told him, now, wait a minute. We might give you offer on some of your charges. Then Chevy tells me the door opened and at the door stood a bald-headed fat man. He told Mr. Johnson that they needed to talk. Could he please come outside in the hallway? Chevy tells me that there was a black lady with the man at the door. I asked Chevy what she looked like. After he described her, I told him that was my attorney. Chevy tells after about 15 minutes pass, Mr. Johnson comes back in and tells him, look, we have a little problem. It seems that you and Murdock are represented by the same public defender's office. Because of that, I can't ask you any more questions. That is conflict of interest. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to get you new counsel, and as soon as you do, we are bring you back in for more question about Murdock. So when you get back to your cell, do not let Mr. Murdock know about this, or we will charge you with interfering in an investigation. Well, Chevy came back and told me everything. Not even did Alfred Lanier get new counsel. I did too. I got Mr. Bolt from Regional Counsel. He had others with him. I can't remember their names as of now. This move was a delay by Mr. Johnson, not me, as he is blaming. When I have my meeting with Mr. Bolt, he tells me my past attorney has me set up for a competency hearing. Oh, hell no, is what I told him. I am not incompetent. I do not want this hearing. Get me to trial. But Mr. Bolt tells me that the hearing is already set up and that after reading everything, he believes I am incompetent. He will be sending of some psych doctors to see me. I told Mr. Bolt that if they do try to send me back to Treasure Coast Forensic Treatment Center again, this time I will hang myself again and make sure no one sees me doing it. And I damn well meant that. I want to go to trial. Then I asked Mr. Bolt for my discovery. Mr. Bolt said it would not be a good idea for me to have my discovery in my cell due to other inmates. They may try to read it, then jump on my case. Get me my discovery is what I tell him. Now, 2 months after that, I received some legal mail, 4 pages of my arrest affidavit. That was all I received as other discovery. As 2021 was closing down, I did see some of the psych doctors Mr. Bolt sent out. I tried to convince them to find me competent for trial. I do believe the state sent out some psych doctors to see me, and yes, Mr. Johnson was right about one thing. I did refuse to talk to them, hoping they would tell the courts I was competent for trial. I don't know how the system works. I was afraid if I talked to the state's doctors, they may find me incompetent, too. I did not want that, so say nothing, then they have nothing they could say about me. Now, in my first 60 years of life, I never heard the word malinger or malingering until I come to jail and then court. That seemed to be Mr. Johnson's favorite word to use in every hearing. Let me tell you something, Judge Abney. I never tried to play the psych role, as Mr. Johnson puts it. I was told by every past attorney to keep my mouth shut. Let them do this. And anyway, I was not allowed to speak at any of these hearings. Then in 2022, you become my judge. Then on 2/12/2022, I had a competency hearing in your courtroom. I had already told Mr. Bolt that I did not want to be found incompetent. Please find a way to get me to trial. I know that day in your courtroom, I looked like shit. Long hair, long beard. I won't lie, I had given up on life itself because no one would listen, none of my attorneys. Mr. Johnson put on a good case. I actually enjoyed that. Oh, he enjoyed Mr. Johnson. Well, props to Mr. Johnson then. I really enjoyed that. But what got to me was no one ever asked me if I have anything to say. So I said what I thought I needed to say to the state's psych doctor. And I do believe I owe you an apology for that outburst to Judge Abney. Now, when I left... Oh, we had an outburst. Now, when I left that courtroom that day, believe me, I was scared as hell just knowing you were going to find me incompetent and send me back to Treasure Coast Forensic Treatment Center. So I had to think fast on what I needed to do to keep from going back. And on the ride back to South County Jail, I got to thinking, Mr. Johnson has been intercepting my letters I have been writing to my daughter and ex-wife, so I am going to write both of them a letter about the hearing today and add a lot of bullshit to it just to see if Mr. Johnson will grab them and at least show them to the judge before he makes his decision. Lord of mercy. So his letters are getting intercepted. So he's like, you know what I'm going to do? Since they're intercepting my letters, I'm going to write letters and, how do you word it? Add in a bunch of bullshit? Is that what he said? I'm going to write both of them a letter about the hearing today and add a lot of BS to it just to see if Mr. Johnson will grab them and at least show them to the judge before he makes his decision. What could go wrong with that plan? Well, it worked, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for finding me competent. Now, not long after that, I was called to attorney booth. When I got there, there is this young lady behind the glass. She tells me her name was Deborah Tomey. Okay, now this is the attorney that he has now. She is my new appointed attorney. Okay, where the hell is Mr. Bolt? I ask. Mrs. Tomey tells me him and his associates have removed themselves due to conflict of interest. I ask Mrs. Tomey what was the conflict of interest. She told me she had no idea. Now, the first attorney dropped me due to Mr. Johnson wanting Alfred Lanier as a snitch in my case, and we were represented by the same office. That is a delay on Mr. Johnson's part, not mine. I was wanting to know if Mr. Johnson was responsible for Mr. Bolt's conflict of interest, so if that would be another delay on Mr. Johnson, not on me. Look, I have no control on what my attorneys do or Mr. Johnson. Now, I would like to get back to my discovery. Let's get back to that. When Mrs. Toomey became my attorney, the same day I met her, I asked her to get me my discovery. Your discovery, you don't have it? No, I have asked my past attorneys for it, and all I have received was my arrest affidavit, nothing else. Well, a couple of weeks later, around the middle or end of March 2022, Mrs. Toomey brought me my 44 pages of a interview with Detective Tan and Mrs. Andrews. That was a start, but it stopped every time after that I would ask for my discovery. I was told we are still working on depots. The state has some to do still. And then it's my turn to depot the state's witnesses. Well, Judge Abney, I'm not going to stand by and let Mr. Johnson accuse me over and over for delaying this trial. I have no control over a trial, but I do have a right to my discovery at appropriate time, not 6 weeks before trial. This discovery is 800 to 1,000 pages long. There is no way on God's green earth, I say that saying all the time, there's no way on God's green earth, even if I had it in my cell, I would never be ready for trial. This is like walking a blind man to a cliff and leaving him alone. I don't just blame Mrs. Toomey and Mr. Johnson now on getting me my discovery. Yes, but then you have the jail to blame also. Their new policy to put inmates' discovery on a kiosk is very dangerous for inmates. I know, I have seen it with my own eyes. This has been my home going on 6 years. Do you honestly believe, Judge Abney, that I wanted to live in this rat hole for 6 years? Hell no. Now, I could have asked you to dismiss counsel when you asked me if I wanted to. I had proper grounds after the statement Mrs. Toomey made on 1/9/24, but I decided not to fire her, and I pray that was not a mistake. But we will see. I will be going into this trial blind. I still, on this day of 2/24/24, have still not gotten the opportunity to open up the tablet and start reading my discovery. The jail is only going to give me 2 hours a day to look at my discovery, with it being around 800 to 1,000 pages long. I will maybe get the first 100 pages read before trial. That's not even a dent in that discovery. I want to move on to something else that has me confused, is the new law that took effect on July 31st, 2023. Oh, this is the death penalty thing. The jury only needing 8 out of 12 to find you guilty and 8 out of 12 to send someone to death row. That's not exactly how it is. I am not a mathematical genius, and it will not take one to figure out that this new law had to be drafted by no one but prosecutors. There could not have been one defense attorney on that draft, and I will explain that law put all the eggs in the basket of the prosecutor. Say I get one guilty vote and one not guilty vote on the first 8 votes, but there's 4 more votes left to go to the odds of the prosecutor getting one more guilty vote is 1 in 4. It's making my head hurt. Now the odds of the defense on getting 4 not guilty votes is 1 out of 1,000,000. It is, well, that escalated quickly. So it went from 1 out of 4 to 1 in 1,000,000. It is unfair law. It put every egg into the basket of the prosecutor. I do believe Mr. Johnson knew this law was coming in on July 31st of 2023, and he purposely delayed my trial so it would fall under this new law. I do believe that as long as Mr. Johnson has kept me in jail, I should be grandfathered in under the old law. If not, what I am asking for next needs to really start somewhere. And I think, Judge Abney, why not being in your courtroom? If you only need 8 guilty votes to convict someone and only 8 to send them to death row, it's not to convict. It's 8 to send to death row, but it's not 8. You still have to get a full 12 to convict. But anywho, I'm asking for 8-person jury because as of now, with this new law, playing the field is uneven. Balance is uneven. Balance it back out now. I haven't read the new law. So does it state that you have to have a 12-person jury? Because I do believe the old law states you must seat a 12-person jury. But either way, if you can't grandfather me in, it's your courtroom. Give me only an 8-person jury. And I want to thank you for your time, and God bless. David Murdock, on this 24th day of February, 2024. The hell I ain't. Bless him. So that is, you know, interesting, maybe? Is that the right word for it? Interesting? Lord of mercy. You know, I personally, I personally think that if you are really concerned with conditions of the jail and whatnot, maybe going and trying to kill 2 people should not be on your list of things to do. Just throwing ideas out there. But you know, but now he'll, you know, maybe he'll spend his time working on judicial reform. Who knows? Very interesting. So that is the 20-page letter. Let's see. Let me see if they don't even know when they're coming back on. The feed, it says the feed was cut abruptly and they are not sure when it's coming back on. Definitely something else. Megan Thomas, no opening statements. Let me see what I can find about this. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing. On the judge's stuff either. I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're maybe they went to lunch and just didn't tell anybody. They cut the feed and didn't tell anybody what they were doing, so we don't really know. While they are on a break, I'm going to run Lucy out real quick. And I'll leave this on in case they come back. But she's what happened to chat? I'll put this up. All right, I will be right back. He did not come to math. He did say that there was a mathematical genius who figured out his minutes that he had. Crazy. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to put the little BRB thing over here. I'm not frozen. It's the little BRB thing right here. I'll be right back.
Just some discussion on some of the photographs.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Murdock is present with both lawyers. Both lawyers for the state are present. The defense investigator is also here. Mr. Johnson, there's something we need to pick up.
Your Honor, I spoke with the defense. This is the time our crime scene, or actually forensic investigator now, that took the photographs at the autopsy and recovered the projectiles, is going to testify, and I believe the defense may have a couple questions or possibly some objections about the specific photographs from the autopsy. I'll also note, Judge, that the witness that is scheduled to be here at 1 called about 15 minutes ago and said they were running a little late because of the traffic, but that was about 15 minutes ago, so I kind of expect them to be here. Okay. It just may be not, well, we're already not at 1, but they put me in a panic when they said they might be late.
Ms. Jimmy, are you ready to take up the photographs?
I am, Judge. With regards to photograph 231, that's been identified for by the state. 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 251, 252, and 253. I do not have an objection to.
Okay.
The ones, I also do not have an objection, a specific objection to 248, 247, now I'm going backwards, 246, 245, 244, 242, and 243, I do not have an objection to. The ones that I do have an objection to would be 240, which appears to be the upper torso photo at autopsy of Lisa Bunce. 241, the lower torso of Lisa Bunce at autopsy, and 249, which appears to be a duplicative, cumulative of another photograph that I did not object to, and then 250 appears to be the inside body cavity of Lisa Bunce with an apparent bullet hole. Get the
I see those and the ones you don't object to.
Just to put them kind of in order.
Okay, so these are the ones that I would object to.
That you do object to?
Yes, and these are the ones that I do not.
Okay. Do we know which one 249 is duplicative of? That's this one.
Yes.
I can just flip through, I guess.
Sorry. I think they're kind of in the middle.
This looks like it is left underarm area, but I'm not seeing the left underarm area. The other stack.
Not. So the 248 and 249, this is 248, which I did not object, and then the 249 was the one that I objected to.
So let's take up this first, Mr. Johnson, response. It's duplicative.
Yes, Judge. The purpose of the first photograph, I haven't memorized the actual numbers, but the exhibit 249 is intended to show the exit wound from the left arm that then traveled into the chest cavity, which is the fatal wound. This is obviously on 249 is the interior wound. The 248 is designed to show the entrance wound that then traveled through the arm. And then you can see that for example, the chest wound or the underarm wound is not the prominent focus of that one. So it's to really tie together how the bullet came in and went out. So in that regard, I don't know that it is duplicated.
Response?
Judge, I believe that 248 depicts all three of the wounds, the entrance wound, exit wound, and then an additional entrance wound on Ms. Blunt's. 249 appears to only have two, so I would not object to 248 being admitted, but would object to 249.
I'm sorry.
I would object to 249, but would not object to 248.
I missed. What are we doing? Just pictures?
I do see what Mr. Johnson is talking about, there being an apparent entry, apparent exit, and then a re-entry in 248 and then 249. It shows the exit wound more clearly than in the other. Otherwise, it depicts what's in 248. But given that it is clearer in 249 than it is in 248 based on the angle, I will deny your motion to exclude 249. Now, what is your objection with respect to the remaining three, 240, 241, and 250? And if we are on live stream, so if you make sure you actually, the other way is better, this to me, because the camera comes from this way.
Those are just general relevancy photographs. I understand it shows the victim, but I don't understand what the lower torso indicates in 241, and any relevancy that there is would be substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice to Mr. Murdock. So it's more of a 403 type argument.
Mr. Johnson.
As to these three, Judge, I'll start with the lowest number so that we can keep track here. 241 is an overall of Ms. Blunt's and does depict, so that we recognize that for point of reference, where these wounds are coming from. And it's a single photograph that has her name and the case number on it. And I believe it's relevant in that regard to establish, especially it also, establishes who she is, but there's also the areas of the wounds, like under the arm, that kind of show exactly perspective of the human body. Like if you close up on a particular wound, if you step back and go, oh, there's where it is, that's what that first photograph is supposed to show.
I see that as you respond.
Yes, and that would be 240 for the record. 241 shows the lower portion of Ms. Bunce's body as it relates to the shrapnel from the glass door. When the bullet passed through it, the medical examiner will testify that these black and blue marks are as a result of the glass that then accelerates to near the speed that the bullet is traveling. It also helps establish where she was when that happened. So from a forensic standpoint, is evidence to show that she was passing the glass door when that happened. And so really that's what it's being used to. And unfortunately, you know, there are wounds on both sides of her legs and in her abdomen. So to try to get a picture that's relevant to show each and every one of those, I thought it would be more prudent to just have the lower portion of her body. And then as to 250, this is a internal perforation wound from the fatal shot that penetrated her chest cavity and through her heart and into her lungs. I did not put in the heart and the lungs, but this does show that the bullet went through and punctured the cavity. It's something that the medical examiner would testify to.
Let me see the unobjected to step.
This one.
Any additional argument, Ms. Toomey?
No, sir, Judge, other than the fact that the state, which has been identified for, exhibit that has been identified for the state as 79 and was admitted as state's exhibit 79, clearly shows the face of Lisa Bunce with the various injuries to that arm and some blood on her face as well, so, as well as does what's been introduced as state's exhibit 69, 70, and 72. So the argument would be, once again, it's cumulative, and even if there is, as well as relevancy with regards to the 403 argument, I don't know if the court wants to see these that have already been introduced. You did.
All right. As to 241.
This guy looks like he's either asleep or on his phone.
And 250, the court finds that the danger for unfair prejudice, that the relevance outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice based on what Mr. Johnson has said about it showing full body and the location of specific injuries and the internal showing that the bullet did in fact penetrate the internal organ, the body cavity of the alleged victim. I will grant the motion as to 240. Those injuries are clearly depicted in 241 and other injuries, other photographs, I should say. So I will grant the motion as to exhibit 240.
And just so that I can see which one is 240. Okay.
I've got them all out of order. So.
That's okay. Just give me a minute to put it back.
And I do want you to know about camera angles. I misspoke. It will pick it up if you're standing with your back and looking at them this way, and it will pick them up if you are standing. Just be careful with these when you're moving across the courtroom.
So the camera's coming from that direction?
It's coming from two directions because one captures the bench, one captures the well. It does not capture the television, though. I made sure when they set it up that tape on the floor suggests don't go any further than that, or it will show it. Just when you're carrying them around the courtroom, it might be best to hold them face down.
Sure, that's fine. So I just want to make sure I remove the one that the court has found. That would be 240. It's
right.
Not.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have anything else with the projectile? Well, no. If I can just have one moment to check to make sure the witness is here and we're ready to get done. That's not done. me 1 second. Are you?
This guy woke up. This is, I wonder if that's the one he said that he was complaining about.
Witnesses present.
The defendant is this one. In the middle. So this is one of the good things about speed trialing, because when they have stuff like this, we can just like fast forward through.
All rise, please.
Jury's coming back.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Assisting us with court security this afternoon is Deputy Prince at the back door.
Uh-oh, security.
State, call your next witness.
Linda Hill.
Linda Hill. Who is Linda Hill?
Step up here, raise your right hand to be sworn into the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Linda Hill.
All right, I'm going to make sure that you speak up loud enough, okay? I know you're a little soft-spoken. Make sure everybody can hear you. If you guys can't hear, let us know, all right? Linda Hill?
Yes.
Would you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Lynda.
And where are you employed?
Currently, Haines City Police Department.
All right. And what do you do for the Haines City Police Department?
Property and evidence technician.
And what is that?
Basically, I intake the property that the officers turn in.
Okay. And that's for the Haines City Police Department?
Yes.
And how long have you worked for Haines City?
A little over a year.
All right. Prior to that, were you employed by any law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
And who was that?
The Polk County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you employed by the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
30 years.
30 years?
Yes.
All right. Did you retire from the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And when was that approximately?
October of 22.
And so since then, you've gone back to work?
Yes.
All right. So this is how you're enjoying your retirement. All right. So tell us a little bit about the 30 years you spent in the Sheriff's Office. What was your duty? What did you do for the Sheriff's Office?
Well, I started when I was 17, so I was part-time, and then when I became full-time, I moved to 911 dispatching, and then from there, I went to crime scene investigations.
All right. And how long were you in crime scene investigations?
25 years.
So would you give the folks in the jury a little bit of an understanding of what a crime scene investigator does? What is their job responsibility at the Sheriff's Office?
They respond to crime scenes. They document them with photographs, videos. They process for fingerprints and collect evidence, and then document everything in a report.
All right. Now, directing your attention back to January of 2019, were you employed at the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And were you employed as a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
Were you assigned any duties as it relates to the homicide of Lisa Bunce and the shooting of Sanda Andrews at 373 Melbourne Drive in Haines City?
Yes.
Did you actually respond to the scene at some point?
Yes.
All right. Was there any other crime scene investigators also assigned to that case?
Yes, Tracy Wright.
All right. So explain to us how you and Tracy Wright would be involved in a scene. Who was the primary person, or is there a primary person?
Yes, so typically on a homicide investigation, we have 2 technicians and a supervisor. So Tracy was the lead, so she was responsible for documenting the entire scene and collecting all the evidence, and then I was a backup.
Okay. And the backup person takes additional photographs, kind of does that, they back up.
Yeah, so I was responsible for photos and video.
Okay. Now, we're going to talk to her later, but I want to talk about some things that only you were involved with.
Okay.
So tell us a little bit about other things that crime scene investigators do in addition to go to the crime scene and take pictures and collect evidence. What are some other things that crime scene investigators do?
Attend the autopsy of the victims, and then occasionally we do aerials.
Okay. So what I want to do is direct your attention first to the aerials. Tell us, I say the word aerial, and a lot of things come to my mind. Tell us what that means when it comes to being a crime scene investigator.
You get in the helicopter and you basically hang out the door and take photos.
Okay. Is that done around the time of the homicide? In other words, if it happens at night, do you go up that night, or is there a time period that you have to get that task accomplished?
No, so typically we try to do it the same day, but depending on the weather or if they can't come up or they're busy, we may do it a week or so or sometime later, but as long as it gets done for the case.
Okay, so you try to be as contemporaneous with the incident as you can.
Yes.
But helicopters have some restrictions with weather and things like that.
Right.
All right. So in that regard, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. And when I do, I'm going to ask you to take a look through them and see if you recognize what they are. So I'm going to show you what has previously been marked for purposes of identification as States Exhibits 81 through 92, excluding 181, 184, and 183. I'm going to show you those two, but these have not been moved into evidence. So take a look at these, and for the record, that's 181 through 192, with the exception of 181, 183, and 184 that have previously been moved into evidence. Take a look at those. Let me know when you've had a chance to see them all. Had a chance to look at them?
Yes.
You recognize what they are?
Yes.
What are they?
The aerial photos that I took.
All right. Are they fair and accurate depictions of what you took that day?
Yes.
This time I'd ask that States Exhibit 181, 182, and then 185 through 192 be admitted as full exhibits and published to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They will be received.
I'm also going to show you what's previously been admitted into evidence as States 181, 183, and 184, and have you look at those. You recognize those as well?
Yes.
That's a little skinnier pile. You recognize those as well?
Yes.
Are they actually part of the series of aerial photographs that you took?
Yes.
Could you tell us when you took these photographs?
On the 13th of January.
Okay, so if this incident occurred on the 5th, that was about a week or so after?
Yes.
And what I want to do is go through these, starting with 181. And we have had some reference to it in the past. But my first question before we get started is, can you see that?
It'd be better if I can come down there.
We kind of have permission for the witness to stand
Yes,
down.
just please make sure the position of the witness. You may step down.
All right. So where my podium was, you were going to be. All right. You can see that now. All right. Second question, can everybody else see that?
Yes.
Okay. I can blow it up a little bit. Let me see if I don't knock it out of focus. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. So could you tell us, this is one of those lawyer questions. We can see what's on the screen, but we have a court reporter taking things down. Could you tell us what we're looking at there in the picture? And this is for the record, this is Exhibit 181.
It's an aerial of the scene, and the bottom left corner here is going to be the entrance into the subdivision.
Okay, so right here, I'm going to use the overhead. If I was to kind of follow this, what is this road right here?
1792.
All right, and it's the area that you're trying to photograph, is that this community right in here?
Yes.
All right, and this is a lake below it?
Yes.
You know if that's Lake Henry?
I believe so, yes.
All right, and you said this is the entrance area?
Yes.
All right. Looking at Exhibit 182. We have not yet seen that one, although it's perhaps a little bit closer. What are we looking at there for the record?
It's kind of the same thing. So what will happen is whenever we do aerials, the helicopter will hover around the scene, and we're just taking pictures as he circles. So you're going to see different angles, but the same thing. So this is basically just the community of Sweetwater.
So for purposes of the record, we kind of moved a little bit to the east from the first picture. We've kind of traveled along 1792 a little bit further east as this picture is being taken.
Yes.
If that's east going to the left of the screen.
Yes.
So that'd be south if we go to the top of the screen.
Yes.
All right. You did not know this was going to be a geography lesson. All right, 183, which has already been referred to in our other testimony. What are we looking at there for the record?
It's showing the sign that says Sweetwater going into the subdivision. So what I'll try to do is get aerials for the overall and then try to guide you based on a series of photos into where we're going.
184 for the record.
You're moving back towards the right, which would be southwest-ish, west. So this is the far left side of the community, and then.
And does this depict, what are we looking at right in here? Is this sort of the road into the community?
Yeah, that's the entrance.
185.
Again, it's just the overall community. Now it's just a little bit closer.
186.
And then it's going to get closer to the actual house. So you see they're all kind of on top of each other, but I'm going to try to focus in just on the house.
All right. So the house that you're going to be focusing in, and we're starting to see it more centered in the photograph.
Yes.
Is that house located right here with the little maroon golf cart?
Yes.
Exhibit 187.
Yes.
Same thing here?
Yeah, it's just closer.
And again, this is ultimately what you're focusing on is this address.
Yes.
I hate it when we can't see the pictures.
Now, the angle here, this changes a little bit. Does it not?
Yes.
So what direction are we looking in at this point? Are we looking, is this the entrance here, or the entrance road in?
I think one of your previous pictures shows the.
In other words, the 1792 now at the top of the screen as opposed to the bottom of the screen, like we had been seeing.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, that threw me off.
We're now looking north instead of south.
Yes.
So your helicopter has now moved over Lake Henry and is looking north as opposed to being over 1792 looking south.
Yes.
And is this also from the south looking north?
Yes.
And is this the roadway coming into the development from 1792?
Yes.
$190. What are we looking at in this photograph?
I tried to get as close to the house as I could get from the helicopter.
So the house that we're looking at, is that the one again with the little maroon golf cart?
Yes.
And then finally, exhibit 192. For the record, what are we looking at here?
It's the same thing, except it's moving back around. So it's more towards the left side of the house now.
And again, we're talking about this house right here.
Yes.
All right. All right. I'm going to have a seat for a second. Thank you. Now, in addition to doing these aerials, you indicated that you do crime scenes, aerials. You also attend the autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the purpose of a crime scene investigator being at an autopsy.
So we can document the victim's injuries and collect additional evidence.
What types of evidence would you collect at an autopsy?
Depends on the type of case. So in a homicide investigation, we typically do fingernail swabbings, swabbings, clippings. We collect head hair, all of their clothes, fingerprints, palm prints, blood, and then any additional evidence. So if it's a shooting and there's projectiles, if they are removed from the body, we get those. I'm trying to think, but okay, I think I pretty much gave you
Sure. So let me back up for a second. What would be the purpose of getting a dead person's fingerprints?
Well, for one, to confirm it's them.
Okay, fair enough. Is that something that would be possibly compared later on to things that might be recovered at a crime scene?
Could be, yes.
To eliminate?
Yes.
How about the fingernail? You indicated both swabbings and clippings.
Yes.
Is that of fingernails?
Yes.
Well, first of all, what's a swabbing? You say a word like that and I can think of a bunch of things, but you tell us what it means in crime scene investigation to have a fingernail swabbing.
So we take sterile swabs and we swab up under the fingernails for DNA.
And the clippings?
For DNA.
Okay, so there's two different ways you can try to collect DNA.
Yes, but we do both.
Okay. The type of DNA, what are you trying to potentially collect as far as its evidentiary value in a particular case?
If the victim may have struggled with the suspect, we're hoping that the suspect DNA would be under either the fingernails or on the fingernails itself.
Okay, which is why you would collect both.
Yes.
So if somebody scratched their assailant, perhaps blood or skin cells might be underneath their fingernails.
Yes.
What about the blood? What would be the purpose of collecting blood?
They do toxicology, and I'm not sure what all else they do with it. We just collect it, and then if it's sent off, that's up to a detective for that.
Okay. So toxicology to see if somebody might have died of something else.
Yes.
Maybe if they were under the influence of something. How about for like DNA purposes? Is blood another way to get DNA from the victim?
Yes.
So is there a set of procedures that you use, like a protocol where you start here and then you work your way through the list when you are present at an autopsy?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about that process.
We typically photograph them first before the autopsy is started to show their condition. And then we move into like removing their clothing, collecting the fingernail swabbings and clippings. Then we go through the autopsy itself, and sometimes depending on the doctor, the fingerprints are done either before the autopsy is finished or after.
So let me direct you to the autopsy photo portion, and I'm going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 231 through 239 and 241 through 253. I'm going to ask you to take a look at those and tell me if you recognize what they are.
Mr. Johnson, those numbers again?
231 through 239, and then 241 to 253.
Including 249?
I believe 240 was the...
Oh, you are correct. Thank you.
Well, it's good to have checks and balances.
Thank you.
Witness is sitting right here, right above Lucy. Defendant's right here. Hello, hello. Bubble. This is the witness, right here.
You recognize what they are?
Yes.
What are they?
Pictures from the autopsy.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the photographs that you took and what you observed the day the autopsy of Lisa Bunce was conducted?
Yes.
This time I'd ask that States Exhibit 231 through 239 and 241 through 253 be admitted as full exhibits and published to the jury.
Ms. Toomey?
Judge, I would just make the same objection otherwise.
Same ruling. They will be received.
Just making sure I have them all in the right order.
Defendant's right here.
All right. I'm going to start off with the first group. I think you indicated in your testimony that the first thing you do is collect all of the clothing and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, did you indeed collect or photograph and collect certain items of clothing from Miss Bunce?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with Exhibit 231.
You need to step down again.
And
whenever you feel ready.
See, if they would turn this TV on and put it on there, at least we could see some of it.
All right. And again, for the record, we can all see kind of what this is, but if you would go ahead and spell it out for us, what are we looking at in Exhibit 231?
Sometimes in addition to us taking photos of their clothing, the medical personnel will also take photos. So they wanted to lay out her clothes, and this is a photo of a bullet hole in her jeans.
All right. And this is something you actually observed as well?
Yes.
And may have actually taken other photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the type of thing, as far as the relevance of the clothes, that you would be interested in photographing to document a apparent bullet hole in the pants?
Yes.
And to see if that matched up perhaps with any wounds to the person's body?
See my pointer?
I don't do the matching, but yes.
Right, but I mean, that's the purpose
This
of
is
it.
the defendant.
Okay.
Right here.
All right, Exhibit 232.
The witness is usually sitting over here.
What are we looking at there?
Right now she's up talking about the pictures.
Still the pants, but it's like the leg area of the left side of the pants.
So this is kind of down between your legs?
Yes.
All right. On the left leg?
Yes.
Exhibit 233. I'm going to turn these. Try not to give anybody a seizure over there while I do it. What are we looking at there?
It's a black tank top.
And is there an apparent bodily fluids or blood that are included within this photograph, an attempt to kind of show that?
Yes.
Exhibit 234. What are we looking at there?
So it's still the same tank top, except it has a bullet hole in it, and then there's a white piece of paper that we put under it so that you can actually see where the bullet hole is. So where the ruler is in the photo, it's just above the ruler.
235.
And that's more holes in the tank top.
You can zoom in, it's just blurry. when you do.
237.
It's a bullet hole in the underwear.
238.
It's a bullet hole in the bra.
Thank you,
And
Ivan.
just so that we can kind of see, because it's dark, could you kind of show us where we're looking at? So the defense can see on the monitor somewhere right in this area. 239.
It's another photo of the bra.
That would be in this area right here.
Yes.
Avert your eyes while I blind everybody moving the screen. All right, so now I want to talk to you a little bit more. We've now talked about the clothing. I want to talk to you a little bit more about photographs of the actual autopsy, the actual person. I'm going to start off with 241. What are we looking at here? Again, for the record, we can kind of see, but tell us description-wise what we're looking at.
So when we go to the autopsy, we will take photos all the way around the victim and then over the top of the victim. So the sutures that you're seeing in the legs, Life Link comes and harvests things from the body, and then they'll suture it back up before she comes to autopsy.
So that's not part of any injury?
No.
Okay.
The paper bag on the hands are what we do at the scene so that we can preserve evidence that gets removed at autopsy, and then we collect our fingernail scrapings and clippings.
So that way, in transport of the person, they're not touching accidentally, or their arm isn't brushing up against somebody else or some sweat or something else that might contaminate their hands?
Yes.
Okay, so the paper bags are to keep their hands from getting contaminated?
Yes.
So are those put on essentially at the scene?
Yes.
By you folks?
Yes.
What other types of things are you trying to capture in this particular case with this overall picture? Does that have anything to do with these purplish marks?
Yeah, she's got some apparent holes or abrasions for both on the left leg and on the right side of the abdomen area. And then under the left breast-ish, near the underarm, she's got an injury.
So let's look at 242. What are we looking at there?
That's an apparent bullet hole.
And that, for the record, is underneath the what armpit or what area?
Left.
Exhibit 243.
And that's going to be the right side, so it's the other side of so it appears that based on this, it goes in and comes out.
Exhibit 244.
We take pictures of the hands to show any blood on the hands, as well as any jewelry that they may have, and then if there's any injuries.
Okay, so this would be the left hand.
Yes.
245. What are we seeing there?
It's the right hand, but then it appears between the pinky and the, I don't know which finger this is called, but it appears there's an injury in between these.
Ring finger.
Yeah, ring finger.
So this area right here would be an apparent entrance wound.
Yes.
246. What are we looking at there?
So this is the palm side of the hand, and then there's an injury here below the thumb.
So the outside of the hand has the hole on this side, but if we flip the hand over, that's what we're going to see in Exhibit 246. 247.
So once the hand is clean, so you'll notice that we'll take a before picture before it's clean, and then they'll clean it up, and we'll take another one.
So this is the same palm of the right hand. It's just that it's been cleaned.
Yes.
Looking at 248.
Did I show you a picture
It's an apparent bullet hole under the left arm.
of her?
And does there appear to be something else over here underneath the arm as well?
Yes.
And what does that appear to be?
Bullet hole. So it traveled through the arm.
All right. So 248, this appears to be a bullet hole. 249, is that sort of the other side of the bullet hole?
Yes.
And then potential entrance wound into the chest cavity.
Yes.
So boom, through, and then into the chest.
Yes.
And obviously, it's your job to document all these along with the medical exam.
Yes. And then he explains all the injuries and evidence.
250, what are we looking at there?
So once the body has been cut open, the organs are removed, and then if the doctor finds any injuries on the inside of the cavity, we take pictures based on where they tell us to take pictures.
Okay. And would, at least from purposes of your recollection and photos, this is the area that was of interest as far as the perhaps penetration of the chest cavity?
Yes.
Now, once inside of, you just talked about the chest cavity, we'll kind of go and segue into, if there's anything that's recovered, like a projectile, is it your job to retrieve, and I say retrieve, not physically go in and get it, but take it from the medical examiner and then package it and get it ready and put it into evidence?
This is the house.
So let's look at Exhibit 251. Did you actually take a projectile or two from this autopsy
This
as
is
it
the
related
house.
to the items that were found within Ms. Bunce's body?
Yes.
And what are we looking at Exhibit 251?
The projectile, one of the projectiles.
And this appears to sort of be one direction. Let's look at 252. Is this the same projectile, but just like the front?
Yes.
Exhibit 253.
Trying to find
What are we
pictures
looking at
since we
there?
can't look at their pictures.
So when he opened the cavity, he not only found a projectile, but he found a piece of clothing with the projectile.
Now, if we look at this description, it says projectile and piece of clothing from right pelvis. And I'm not anatomic, but that's like down here someplace.
Yeah, it's where he removed it from.
And on this one, this is a projectile from right subcutaneous back. So there were two separate projectiles taken out.
Okay, so two.
Now, what did you do with these projectiles?
Photographed there, collected from the morgue, and then packaged and turned into evidence.
All right, so I'm going to have you take a seat, and I'm going to ask you about a couple of things.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's previously been entered, or excuse me, what previously been marked for purposes of identification. The state's exhibit 329, 278, 279, and 280.
I think the jury is.
I'm going to start with 329. Could you tell me what that is?
I think they're on this side over here, but I'm not sure.
Swabbing from her left-hand fingernail.
Is that, how do you recognize that to be the swabbing from her left-hand fingernail?
That's my handwriting and initials.
Okay. Now, what's inside of that? We have a brown envelope. You had talked about swabbings and nail cuttings. What is it that would be inside the envelope?
The sterile swabs with the actual swabs of the nails.
Does it kind of look like a Q-tip?
Yes.
Sort of?
Yes.
All right. Is that in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
Other than it's been to FDLE, yes.
Okay, so now this isn't your job to send it to FDLE, but you can anticipate that that's where your stuff may go.
Yes.
So do you package it in a way that it keeps it from being contaminated so that FDLE can use it?
Yes.
All right, and that would be the case in this particular swabbing?
Yes.
And how is it that you could tell that FDLE had something to do with it?
So they have a yellow sticker. Anytime stuff is submitted to them, they have their own case number. And then when they open it, they will reseal it with their evidence.
Okay. It being in substantially the same condition, and you having indicated that you were, your name was the first one in the chain of custody, I asked that State's Exhibit 329 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
It
Honor.
will be received.
Now I'm going to show you three exhibits, 278, 279, and 280. These three exhibits. First of all, I want you to take a look at them and tell me if you can identify from the outside package what they are.
Yes.
What are they?
2 projectiles and a piece of clothing.
Now, the two projectiles, is that what we just saw in the autopsy photographs on the green background? The one kind of big projectile from the subcutaneous area, and then the one from the pelvic area?
Yes.
But that's the actual thing,
Yes.
as well as the little piece of clothing.
Yes.
All right.
I didn't want to talk in one
Are
part, too
those
much.
in substantially the same condition as far as the outside packaging?
2 of them have been to FDLE,
Okay.
but other than that, I can tell it's been repackaged for court and everything else is normal.
Okay, so that was going to be my question. When we looked at the other one, we just had a brown or tannish envelope. These, on the other hand, have little plastic containery baggy things attached to them. You said packaged for court. Explain a little bit about that, if you can.
So if he were to...
And don't show it to us yet because it's not an evidence yet, but just tell me about it.
Okay, so he was going to show an item you can't see through the bag. So he needs to be able to package it in a way that you would be able to see it, so you know what we're talking about.
All right. But other than the court packaging, is exhibit 278, 279, and 280 in substantially the same condition?
Yes, other than the two going to FDLE, yes.
Yes. And those are also in substantially the same condition other than perhaps testing?
Yes.
All right. But the little pieces, the box, the cotton ball, the stuff that's in there, that would all be something that you would originally package things so that it wouldn't get contaminated or damaged. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my swabs and my boxes. Sorry.
At this time, I'd ask that it has been in substantially the same condition identified by the person that packaged them and retrieved them. That exhibits 278, 279, and 280 for identification be admitted as full exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be received.
At this time, Your Honor, I don't have any additional questions of Ms. Hill.
Thank you. Cross?
I have no questions, Judge.
Is this witness released?
She is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next witness.
Sanda Andrews.
Yeah, we're spying on them through their security. You all know I'm a technical goddess.
Andrews. Andrews. Yeah.
Come on, 1.25 speed. Go, go, go. This is what I miss about speed trial. Tomorrow, we're going to do the Karen Reed hearing in the morning and then do this. So
She was on the second floor. She's unaware.
we'll be able to speed trial through this.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're, I anticipate that over the next weeks that you're here with us, that from time to time, one or more of the attorneys may step out, may not be here for a particular period of time. You should not be concerned by that in any way. The attorneys, both parties work as teams, and some of the attorneys have prior obligations that they must attend to for whatever period of time. They do have my permission to excuse themselves for those matters. So it should not concern you in any way if from time to time one of the folks that you're used to seeing is not here.
Take a short break.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a short recess.
All rise, please.
While they're doing this, we will probably do the speed trialing. Here, let's look at the beach.
They go not holding cell together, so we'll be in a short recess. Take a little break.
Let's look at the beach while they're. Oh, her bathing suit is like light colored, and I was like, oh my gosh, let me not put it on live cam as a naked chick is walking out there, but it's just her bathing suit color. It's okay. When we don't have stuff in the mornings, like tomorrow we have Karen Reed, and I think there's something else going on. Don't we have like Bryce Rhodes this week? Let's see what we got going on here. Tomorrow we have Karen Reed hearing in the morning, and Wednesday we have Bryce Rhodes is being sentenced. So, oh, I just realized my leg is in the way of Lucy Cam. Let me move Lucy Cam a little bit. So we'll do those in the morning, and then we can speed trial through the rest of it. But I will tell you that even when we don't have stuff going on in the mornings, we will probably start a little bit later so that we can speed trial through it, because I did get spoiled on the speed trial, and it's so nice to just get through everything. Who is Bryce Rhodes? Okay, so Bryce Rhodes is the one that had like the head that we were all a little bit concerned about. If you remember what I'm talking about. He's the one who was the aspiring rapper who killed the two teenage brothers. And he has his sentencing tomorrow. Yeah. The brothers were 13, 15, and he made the friends clean it up. And the friend who testified, remember, he kind of got, two of them did, but he kind of got choked up. So, oh, his head. Wonder what his head looks like now. Kind of gross. So that sentencing is on Wednesday. And then, of course, tomorrow we have Karen Reed hearing. So, sentencing is Wednesday, and the Karen Reed is tomorrow. Bryce Rhodes, yep. Remember, here, let's pull up his. And he's the one that when he was in court, they had to have the shock thing on him because they were worried about him being an issue because he had been an issue in court before. The boys that he killed, their mom, he had like briefly dated her before. And when they were in court for one of the hearings, he like turned around and was like making faces at her and blew her a kiss and stuff. Oh, he was such a jerk. So they put the like shock collar, not collar, but the shock thing on him to prevent having any issues. Let's see. I had his. Oh yeah, here it is. And it was Maurice and Larry were the two brothers. This was him, remember? The wannabe rapper. Wanna be a rapper. Bless him. Don't they all? Who was the other rapper? Chuck Gorgeous. Chuck Gorgeous. Chuck Beautiful. Chuck Mediocre. Yeah, I really, really wanted them to give me the button. Every time he moved, I'd have been like, zzz. Not a fan. Not a fan of his. Jerk. The thing for me, like the big thing that made me, I mean, other than obviously him being a murderer, the crazy thing was his his behavior toward that mother was so appalling. I was just, I wanted to shock him so bad. So bad. But they wouldn't let me. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. What else do we have going on soon? Let's see. Let's look at our little calendar. Let's look at our little calendar. Michelle Troconis contempt hearing is next week. And what else? Daybell's trial is coming up. Karen Reed's. Chuck Gorgeous, his sentencing is next month. No, his trial was supposed to be next month, but he took the plea. I'll have to look. Of course, Robin, the trial we just finished, her sentencing will be next month. Vallow hearings. There's a Kent Mulhaney hearing, May 15th. So we got some stuff coming up. Time goes by so fast. You know, it'll be here before we know it. Let's see. We will all retire before Sarah Boone goes to trial. Yeah. I think so too. I think this seems like it's going to be a pretty short trial just based on, they're going through stuff pretty quickly, but it is a death penalty trial. So I'm wondering if so it'll be in like 2 different phases, you know. They'll have to do the guilty versus not guilty first. I don't see that taking a whole lot of time, honestly. We know that he was there. We know that he's the one that shot and killed them. There's not really a question about it. He even called the police and told the police. That's the thing, is like he pleads not guilty, but how you gonna plead not guilty when we know you did it, plus you called and said you just shot 2 people? And isn't that what they said? Didn't they say that in the stuff I was reading earlier? That he called and said he shot 2 people. And, of course, one of them survived. And the neighbors saw him. There's not a whole lot of... There ain't a whole lot that... I don't know what the point of pleading not guilty was. But also, same with Chad Dorman. Chad Dorman is his trial set for, I think, like July 8th or something, somewhere in that area. Hold on, let me look. But he did the same thing. He, told police that he did it and he had been planning it. Yeah, his is set for July 8th. Okay, so the Piketon Massacre, that one actually just got delayed until January something. Hold on, let me look. I just pulled this up because that one's one I'm covering too. We watched some of the old trial. Not old, one of the previous trials. Willie Beach came up. It's a pretty day.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Murdock is present with both of his lawyers. Both lawyers for the state are present.
January 6th is when the Piketon got changed.
And the defendant's investigator is also present.
Yeah, Lindsay Shiver is July 1st in the Bahamas. She's had her hearing, last week? Hello, welcome. Hello, Valhalla. Hi. You're mod everywhere else. YouTube floozy. The Chad Dorman is July 8th, I think. I'm pretty sure. Oh, and we got Tracy Ferreter in July. And that one the 12th, I think. All kinds of stuff happening. Yes, I will be covering the Piketon trial for sure. Actually, funny you mentioned that. I took my mama out for her birthday lunch the other day, and was it Saturday, I think? And our waiter is from that area. And I was like, oh yeah, I covered a story there. And then he was like, oh, what story? I was like, oh, I don't want to sit here and talk murder on my mama's birthday. So I was like, oh, you've probably never heard of it. It's just something a while back. That's one of the craziest cases ever. And this is the final trial for it. This is the final trial for that.
All rise, please.
The Dorman one is really sad. I'll be glad to see him go down. I wish he would have just pled and saved that mama and stepdaughter from having to go through trial. Allie, oh, happy anniversary, 8 whole months. 8 whole months. Happy anniversary.
Please be seated. Mr. Prince.
Oh, there's the coffer.
Please come forward. Raise your right hand to be sworn in.
I believe.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Follow me, please.
I will for sure be on mute for most of that one. I'll be hollering.
Good afternoon. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Joe. Can you please tell the jury your name?
Sanda Andrews,
Spell your first name for the court reporter.
Sanda.
Ms. Andrews, what happened to you on January 5th, 2019, around 1:10 a.m.?
I was shot
This is her.
in the face while my girlfriend was murdered.
This is the
Do
survivor.
you recognize who shot you on January 5th of 2000?
Oh, yes, I do. David Murdock sitting right there at that table.
Where do you live?
373 Melbourne Drive, Hayden City, Florida, in a community known as Sweetwater Golfing Tennis.
How long have you owned that property?
My late husband and I bought that in December of 2003.
And have you owned that continuously since that time?
I have.
Now, what I want to do is go back probably to early 2000s and ask you, do you know a person named Lisa Bunce?
Yes, Lisa Bunce was my best girlfriend.
And how was it that you met Lisa Bunce?
I worked at an optical laboratory. She was hired as an employee for a brief amount of time. She had to leave that job to raise a grandson. The next time I met her, it was all through a mutual friend. And I was aware she was looking for a job, and we hired her because we, my late husband and I, ran the delivery service for that optical laboratory.
Now, where did this all occur, this optical laboratory and meeting Miss Bunce?
That's all in Toledo, Ohio.
So it was not down in Florida?
No.
During the course of your time in Toledo and having met Lisa Bunce, how often would you see her during that early 2000s period of time?
My husband died in January 2004, so it was off and on later in that year, I'll say. I missed a few beats that year. But in 2005, there was a group of us, including Lisa Bunce and her then husband, Danny, that took a 10-day all-inclusive trip to Mexico, and that's where her and I become best friends.
So would it be a fair statement to say from 2005 onward, you two had a close relationship as best friends?
Close and constant, yep.
And that was in Toledo, Ohio, or
Yes.
the Michigan area?
Yes.
Now, did you live in Toledo, or where were you from?
No, I lived across the state line. Literally, that's right on the state line. I slept in Michigan and worked in Ohio. I lived in a town called Riga, which is part of Blissville Township, and drove 30 minutes to downtown Toledo for work.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you had purchased this house in the Sweetwater community around 2004?
We bought it in December of 2003.
2003. Your husband passed in 2004.
He unfortunately died within days of us closing on that house.
Oh, that's so sad.
Was there a point in time where you ended up moving to Florida to stay in that house in Haines City full-time?
Yes, yes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. When was that?
It was in 2010.
In between 2005, when you first kind of developed that best friend relationship with Lisa Bunce until 2010, did you keep some communication with her during that 5-year period?
Constant communication.
And once you moved away from the Toledo area and stayed, I guess, permanently now in 2010 in Haines City, in the same address,
373 Melbourne.
Did you continue your relationship with Lisa Bunce as best friends?
Yes.
How did that work? She's in Toledo, you're in Florida.
She traveled back and forth often, and so did I. All of my family, my children, grandchildren, all of that is still up there. So I was probably up there 4 to 6 times a year. She was probably down here 4 to 6 times a year.
Now, the Sweetwater community, we've heard some testimony about what it is, but could you describe that neighborhood or that community for the folks in the jury? What is the Sweetwater community all about?
It's a 415 household community of 55 plus, active retirement community. Some people still work, most are retired. Lots of activity there within our own compound and behind our gates. But there's a lot of us that are still enjoying going up to the bars and listening to the live music.
Now, you had indicated earlier when you first met Lisa, it had to do with something to do with an optical business. When you moved to Florida in 2010, did you continue in the optical business or did you change careers?
Oh, no, I had already changed careers.
Okay. Tell us about that.
After my husband died, I probably stayed for 3 more years in that house and in that neighborhood and in that job.
You mean in Sweetwater?
In Michigan.
Okay.
I kept up our home residence for 3 more years. In 2007, I left all of that, got into an 18-wheeler truck, and drove across country. And February,
as a truck driver or as a passenger?
I was an 18-wheeler.
Okay.
We did extreme change. In February of 2010, there was a minor accident. They let me go. I collected unemployment and moved to Florida.
And once you got to Florida, did you continue to be a truck driver or work for an optical company, or what did you do next?
No, my background was accounting, so when I moved here, I had a job as an accountant at a company. It lasted 5 weeks. He was a shyster.
Okay.
And I did the Mexican stand-up, and he fired me, and I got unemployment again. So I went off to real estate school.
All right. So that's kind of what I wanted to draw your attention to. At some point, you became a real estate agent.
February 2011.
All right. And how long did you do that?
Real estate?
Yes.
I've been doing it ever since, and I'm still currently doing it.
Okay. So you began your real estate career sometime around 2010?
February 2011, I started my real estate career in Florida.
And you maintain your license and continue to be a real estate agent?
I am.
She does it all.
So who did you first start working with or for in the real estate business?
When I first became an agent, I hired in with a company known as At Your Service Realty. They were a C21 franchise.
Okay, C21.
Century 21.
All right, you got to slow down with the
Sorry.
acronyms on me. That's okay. We're going to make sure that everybody can hear you. I know you're probably a little nervous, but her fingers are going to burn off the end of her hands if you talk too fast, okay? So Century 21, and how long did you work with or were you affiliated with Century 21?
I continued working with them until November of 2022.
And you are still in real estate, but you work
I am.
for a
At
different...
that time, I left my broker and my brokerage and opened my own business. I am my own company now.
Okay. So in 2019, but 2022 and before, you were associated with Century 21?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to get back to that in just a little bit. Between 2010, when you moved to Florida, and 2016, did you and Lisa Bunce have this continued relationship where she would come down and visit you 4 or 5 times a year or whatever number that was, and you would go up to the Toledo area and visit her?
Yes.
Right. Now, when Lisa would come down to visit, where would she stay?
My house in Sweetwater.
And the community, we talked a little bit about the community of Sweetwater. Is that a community where you said there's a lot of activities? Are there groups of friends or the people that get together, or what's the dynamic?
Oh yeah, out of 415 households, you've got, everybody knows everybody. It's a very small town. But yeah, my circle of friends and your circle of friends, and we'll all intermingle when we're out and about, but if we're hanging at somebody's house after hours, it's your circle of friends.
Was Lisa, as far as your observations, was she sort of welcome into the Sweetwater community as your friend?
Absolutely.
I'm going to move ahead now to 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Was there an occasion where you first came into contact with the defendant in this case, David Murdock,
Yes.
and some of your friends?
Yes.
So could you tell us a little bit about how that happened in 2016?
In February of 2016, 3 girlfriends came down, Lisa among them, and we had the girls' week of R&R, which included a Friday night out, Saturday night out to the local bars.
Okay. And are you familiar with an area called Cherry Pockets?
I am.
And the restaurant that's on that property or in that property?
I am.
And for the folks in the jury, explain, and you've been there before?
I have.
What what kind of an atmosphere is that location? Do people live there? Is it just a restaurant? Is it a fish camp? What is it?
It's referred to as a fish camp, but I think that they play that up for their ambience. But yes, it's a 5-acre maybe place that has houses and campers and little rental cabins and this oyster bar on the water, live music.
So in February, you and your 3 girlfriends go to the Cherry Pockets restaurant. And who do you meet?
Well, we're hanging at the bar enjoying the live music, and there's a couple of guys down a little bit, and one of those gentlemen asked me to dance. And then the whole group just started talking to each other.
Was one of the groups, the males in the group, David Murdock?
Yes, it was.
And tell us about, in the beginning, did you observe the dynamic between Lisa Bunce and David Murdock from that point forward?
Yes, it was immediate.
Okay, so what did they end up becoming an item?
Yes, they did.
So this is how they met.
And at that point, Lisa was still living in Toledo?
Yes.
Did she come back down and visit after having met the defendant?
Yes.
And did she, instead of maybe spending all of her time with you, was there an occasion where she would spend a little bit more time with the defendant, Mr. Murdock?
Yes.
And did that continue to develop?
Yes.
That relationship?
Yes, it did.
And as one of Lisa's best friends, were you sort of privy to what was going on?
Yeah.
Did you see them associating together?
Yes.
And did that continue throughout 2016?
Yes, it did.
Did that continue through 2017?
Yes, it did.
So I asked you a little bit before about what you did for a living, and it seemed like I took an inordinately large amount of time to talk about you were a real estate agent for Century 21. But now I want to bring it on back and ask you, are you aware of the status of, at the time, Lisa Bunce's and the defendant David Murdock's relationship and your involvement in any real estate?
Oh, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what happened in their relationship and how that relates to your being a real estate agent.
When we met David, he lived at Cherry Pockets in one of those little manufactured homes, little trailer. He decided immediately he was in love with Lisa, diamond ring, and within that 12-month period, he decided they needed to buy a house together. She was delighted. And so I helped him shop for that house, find the right one, get the contract written, and the closing took place.
Okay. And when you say help someone find a house, is that typically what you do as a real estate agent? You kind of know what someone's looking for and you kind of keep your eye out?
I took him to 8 different houses to walk through minimally.
Okay. And was there a house that was finally, quote, the one?
Yes.
And where was that? Do you recall?
Calusa Lake Village. I think they call it First Street over there.
All right. And what town is that close to?
That's Lake Wales.
So were you involved in the negotiating and the sales and whatnot of that property as a representative of Mr. Murdock?
Yes, I was. I was a buyer agent for that.
So let's move on forward to your knowledge of Lisa and Mr. Murdock's relationship from that point forward. Was there a time, and I'm going to try to keep it kind of brief, and I don't want to have you talk about a lot of hearsay, okay? But was there a point in time when that love at first sight relationship wasn't so good anymore?
Yes. I'll just say it was rough.
Okay. And were you privy to that without telling me what people might have said or didn't say?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, were you actually involved in some of that by way of being friends with both of them?
Yes.
At some point, did you kind of serve as an intermediary between the two from time to time?
That happened more often, yeah.
So during that time, relationship between Lisa Bunce and the defendant, David Murdock, started to falter, were you aware that Lisa Bunce was planning on leaving the relationship and moving back up to Toledo?
I became aware of that, yeah, after she had moved here in 2018.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And did you help facilitate that move, help move things of that nature?
Yes. All of Lisa's friends were supporting her to get her out safely.
Okay. So do you recall about when that was that Lisa Bunce moved back to Toledo?
It was right at the end of June, 1st of July, 2018.
Now, with Lisa out of the state, did you continue to have your best friend relationship with Lisa?
Oh, yeah.
Did she continue to come to Florida from time to time to visit you?
From the time she moved out
Until
in August, she was not here because we have a gathering camp thing we do up there in July. So we're all up there.
Gotcha. So when was the first time that you recall, because you had previously testified that prior to this she'd come down 4, 5, 6 times a year and you would go up to Toledo that roughly same amount of time. Once Lisa left in July of 2018 and moved back to Toledo, when was the next time you recall her coming back down to visit?
I will tell you probably September because that's her birthday. I don't believe she was here in August. It was September.
And what was the nature of that visit?
Gal pal weekend, hang out, go to the bars, concerts, whatever.
Are you aware of whether or not there was any discussions with the defendant, Mr. Murdock, during that trip, whether you all had contact with him?
We did not have in-person contact with him, no.
What type of contact would you have had?
I was avoiding him and strongly suggesting to my best girlfriend that she did the same, but I was aware they text back and forth.
Okay. So did she leave sometime in September? How long a visit was that?
Oh, when she came down, she would come for a week, give or take.
Okay. When was the next time she came down to Florida?
Oh, man. She was back down here in October because I had a surgery. She was back down in November for my birthday. Ooh, there was a Kid Rock concert in there somewhere.
I love it. She's just living her best life.
And then it seems like she was down at Christmas time because I think she helped me drive home for Christmas.
Okay. So she still came down a couple times after leaving Mr. Murdock.
Our friendship continued and she continued to visit.
Well, I'm going to go back. I don't want to jump around too much, but I want to go back and cover some of the things that we've talked about. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 110. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the house David and Lisa shared.
Okay. Is that the house that you discussed helping find and that?
Yes, that's the one I saw him.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of what you
Yes, it
recall?
is.
This time I'd ask that the State's Exhibit 110 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
No objection.
It will be received.
I'm also going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 360.
Oh, yes, the warranty deed to the house, yes.
All right, are you familiar with that?
I am.
Were you present at the closing?
I was.
And did you negotiate the contract?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the deed?
Yes, it is.
This particular house that's being shown?
And both of their names.
Okay, I'll get to that. I'll get to that in a minute. Let me ask the question.
Okay.
All right, but that is a fair and accurate copy?
Yes, it is.
This time I'd ask that State's Exhibit 360 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit. And I would also ask the court in the alternative that this is notarized and is a document that is recorded in the county court of Polk County that can also be taken judicial notice of.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It will be received.
Could you imagine being her and sitting across from the dude who shot you in the face and killed your friend, and you're having to sit across from him in court right now? I don't know that I would be able to be as composed as she is. She's doing a great job. And I love that she's talking about, you know, the life that they were living and like showing, you know, they were just living their best life. She's talking about going to Kid Rock concerts and, you know, going out to the, you know, to the local bar and going dancing and stuff. Like, I think it's touching to hear about the kind of happiness and friendship that she shared with Lisa.
So the home down in Lake Wales that you assisted in the purchase, this is a fair picture of that location?
Yes, it is.
And is that the location that Mr. Murdock and your friend, your best friend Lisa Bunce lived for some period of time
Yes.
together? Had you been to that house after it was purchased by Mr. Murdock?
Several times.
Right. And what was the purpose of those visits?
Social visits, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, yard party, fishing out back of the house, barbecues.
So this is more than just a real estate transaction. This is something that you actually went to after the fact.
Oh, yes.
Now I want to talk a little bit about your house. You indicated that you had owned 373 Melbourne Drive since around 2003.
Yes.
And you continue to live there?
I do.
In just a minute, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. And the pile's bigger than the one that I just showed you, so you'll have to take a look through it. Now, what I'd like to do is ask you a little bit about that house. Could you describe sort of the layout of what type of house it is? You know, what's where in that particular location?
My house?
Yes.
373 Melbourne Drive, Haines City. It is a double-wide manufactured home, which means your kitchen and both bathrooms run down this side. This side's got your living room, bedroom, and then across the back is a whole bedroom. On this side, you've got kitchen, dining room. There was an entrance hall, and then guest bath, master bath. And on the left side, we had a screen lanai out front, which we converted to a Florida room, which means we put black windows on it. Then you came in a glass sliding door to the living room. And then down the hall was the second bedroom on that side. And then at the end of that hall was the master bedroom.
Okay. Are many of the homes set up in a similar fashion in the Sweetwater community?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's previously been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 1 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, that's my house.
So you just described for us a lanai, which I think is a fancy way of saying porch.
Screen porch is a lanai. It has windows. It's a Florida room.
Gotcha. So what we're looking at in this photograph, you would describe as a Florida room. Is that this area right here?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what is that area typically used for by you and your company?
Smoke room.
Okay.
We had the sliding doors that cut it off from the rest of the house.
This area here with the three windows, what is this area represent?
That's a kitchen.
All right. And how would you get into the house typically?
I typically go in what's I call the back door. It's over there in front of the car. You can't see it. The front door, which is standing open, is usually kept locked because I have a cat. I didn't lock my doors at all, and everybody who knew me went in and out. Everybody knew I had a cat, not to let it out, but we kept the front door locked so nobody else made a mistake.
Okay. And by front door, you're talking about this
Yes, sir.
door right here. All right. And that door, is it a screen door, or does it have glass, or describe it for us?
Oh, no, it's a glass door with a window that opens in it. It's a regular exterior door.
So if the glass is locked down, you can't like punch your hand through the screen kind of a thing?
Correct.
So now I'm going to show you exhibits 83, which include 83A, 84, 84A, B, C, and D, through 93A. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at these. Tell me if you recognize what they are.
All right. Yes, you want me to tell you each one?
No, I want you to just look at them and kind of flip through them and tell me if you recognize all of them. We'll give you one pile at a time. I'm going to ask you about them in a minute.
Okay.
And try to keep them in order if you can.
Yes.
A chance to look through those?
Yes.
This is, she got shot in the
I'm
face.
going to ask you if they are all fair and accurate depictions of your house.
Yes, they are.
This time I'd ask that states exhibits 83, 83A, 84, 84A through 84D, 85, 86, 87, 87A, 88, 88A, 88B, 88C, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, and 93A be admitted as full exhibits.
Not 89. I'm sorry, 88D.
Well, this one was stuck together, Judge. Yes, I believe, no, I don't think there. At this point, I don't have that in file, so I'll skip that one for now.
Any objection?
No, sir.
They will be received.
And I want you to look at exhibits 105A, which includes some B's and C's, through 108, and do the same thing. Tell me if you recognize what they are.
Yes, sir, I recognize all of those.
Are all of those fair and accurate depictions of your house, but different pictures from the first set?
Yes.
This time I'd ask that states exhibit 105A and B, as well as 106A, B, C, and D, exhibits 107, 107A, 107B, and exhibit 108 be admitted as full exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be received.
So what I want to do now is kind of walk you through the house that we just saw in picture Exhibit 1. And as a point of reference, I'll put Exhibit 1 back up on the screen briefly. And I'm going to ask you about Exhibit 83. Where are we looking at in that particular picture?
The door I referred to as the front door that walks into the Florida room.
So looking here, would this be the door that's at the center of this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And would it be looking kind of into the Florida room?
That is correct.
I was hoping we would see it on that picture. Or on that screen.
Now looking at Exhibit 83A, what are we looking at here?
Again, the door that goes into the front lanai.
And is this to the left of the photograph? Is that part of the sitting area for?
Yes, it is. They have 2 chairs out there, one in each corner.
And other exhibits have already been admitted into evidence. And looking at what's previously been introduced into evidence is 5C. Would that be the chair that we see depicted in the last picture, but a complete picture of the chair?
Yes, that is correct.
And that would be on your Florida room?
Yes, that is correct.
If you were to go into, looking again at 5C, if you were to travel through this sliding glass door, we're going to look at Exhibit 84. Would that be a fair view of what you would see?
Yes, that's my living room.
Could you describe that area for us a little bit for the record? And I say that because we can all see what the picture is, but yet we're also making a record with the court reporter. So tell us a little bit about that area and what we're seeing in that picture.
As you walk in from the Florida room, you walk into the living room, the TV is immediately to your left, and then there's a love seat and a double window. Straight ahead is a couch, coffee table. To the right is a recliner, and then just in the very bottom corner of the screen, you'll see the other lounge chair.
And that would be here.
Yes.
What would this area be over here?
You're looking into the dining room.
And there appears to be a dark area here in the center. Where does that lead to?
That's the hall back to the entrance room and the bedrooms and the bathrooms.
All right. Again, with reference on Exhibit 64, there seems to be a brightly colored object in the bottom left forefront of that. I'm going to go to 84A. What are we looking at in this photograph?
My love seat behind the double window. And that brightly colored object is a fold out for grandchildren. It's a chair when it's folded up, it's a bed when it's folded out.
And kind of moving around the room in a clockwise fashion, you have an end table and some other items in the corner.
That is correct.
All right. I do notice that you have a book there called After You Shoot. What does that, what's the significance of that?
Those are the collection of books I was given when I took the gun licensure class.
Okay. And at the time that this photograph was taken in January the 5th of 2019, did you have a gun?
I did not.
Why would you be interested in a concealed weapon permit license?
I'm a realtor.
Okay. A safety issue?
Yes, sir.
Florida.
You have to go to empty homes with strangers?
I do.
Looking at 85, where are we looking in this photograph?
You're looking back onto that sliding glass door that goes into the Florida room. You're looking at that lounge chair that was just off the bottom right corner. And to the extreme left, you were looking into my kitchen.
Exhibit 86.
That's a full shot of the living room looking out to the sliding glass doors to the Florida room.
Exhibit 87.
That's standing in my living room looking towards my dining room. To the right is the kitchen.
87A.
Dining room table.
And do you use a computer for work?
I do.
Is that an area that you would oftentimes
That's my
utilize?
at-home office.
Exhibit 88.
That is standing right in the center with the living room to your back, breakfast bar, kitchen, and then the dining room table.
Exhibit 88A.
Another angle of the breakfast bar.
88B.
My kitchen.
Want to direct your attention to this breakfast bar that you have here. Do you know whose items these are on the bar or the breakfast bar?
I can't really see them.
Well, let me bring it up to you. I guess my first question should be, can you see this? For the record, I'm showing the witness 88A.
Oh, that's a little going out purse that I lent to Lisa, and then this Lisa's cigarettes and gold.
So the items on the table you've just described for us as a little going out bag that you loaned to Lisa, Lisa Bunce.
Yes.
That would be this item here?
Yes.
And this would be Lisa Bunce's cell phone and cigarettes?
Yes.
Again, that's 88B. 88C.
Another shot of the breakfast bar and kitchen.
89. Is that the hallway that heads back to the back of the house?
Yes, it is.
This one's a little bit dark, so I'm going to show it to you in person here first. This is Exhibit 90 that I'm showing the witness.
As you go down that hall, this room immediately to your right is the entrance. It would have been where the laundry room would have been.
Okay. So we just saw the hallway. This is the first doorway to the right.
Correct.
And to the right of this picture, would that be your dining room area where we saw your workstation?
Correct.
Exhibit 91. What are we looking at there?
That's inside that room. So as you would come in what I call the back door, you come into this room, which is full of cabinets. If you went through that dark doorway you see there, you're right back in the hallway where you were in the last picture.
Okay, so if I turned around, I would be in the hallway. What if I kept going straight out that door?
If you went straight to what I'm going to call the dark area, that is a door?
Yes.
That puts you in the hallway.
Okay.
What's behind you as you're standing here, hold on. Yeah, what's behind you is the hallway you just had in the last picture.
Okay. So is this a door that you talked earlier about? This is the back hall that you would go in and out
That is
of
the back door,
normally?
yes.
Okay, the back door. 93.
My bedroom.
And what's the location of this in the
This
house?
is in the very back of the house. It takes the entire width of the home. It's the master bedroom.
So if we were to walk all the way down that hallway, this would be the room all the way at the back.
That is correct.
That's your dresser next to the bed?
That's my nightstand, yes.
Excuse me. And that brings us back to Exhibit 83. I want to go through and talk a little bit about that back door that you said you often come into. Looking at Exhibit 105, tell us where that is.
When you pulled up to my house, the end of my driveway under my carport had been screened in. So you came in that screen door, and then that's the back door into my house. And yes, it was a double door on it. There was a screen door and a storm door.
Was it your habit to keep this door locked or unlocked? I think earlier you said people can come and let you in and out of your house.
It's always unlocked.
Okay.
It was always unlocked.
And that, to your knowledge, was common knowledge?
Yes.
Was that door left unlocked when Lisa Bunce would visit?
Yes.
Was that door unlocked when you had friends over?
Yes.
Was that door unlocked if Mr. Murdock, the defendant, was to come over and visit?
Yes.
Looking at 105B, what are we looking at in that picture?
Now you're standing in the carport looking at that screen room, which is what the last picture was of the door. Right, you can see the stairwell on the left side of that door.
So this stairway that appears in Exhibit 105B,
yeah.
Do we see that same stair rail inside of the screened-in area in 105?
That's correct.
Now, the night of this incident, and we'll get to that in a minute, how did Mr. Murdock arrive? How did he get there?
In his truck.
Are you familiar with this truck?
It's a big black truck. I think it was really dark gray, but yeah, it was a Dodge.
And was that the truck you're familiar with that pulled up into your street?
Pulled up at the end of my drive, yes.
Looking at Exhibit 106B, is that the vehicle that you saw
Yes, it
come up
is.
that night? Going to Exhibit 107, back out to the front Florida room, is that the door?
That would have been the, I'm trying to figure out what you're looking at.
Hold on, let me bring it back up to you. I know from a long distance.
Yes, you're standing right outside my kitchen window, looking at my Florida room and that front door.
And this is the door that you keep locked because of the cat.
Yes, sir.
And this window to the side here, there's a screen, but is there also a sliding glass window?
Yes.
Prior to January 5th of 2019, did that screen have, looking at Exhibit 107B, did that screen have holes in it?
No, sir.
As far as you can tell where you were sitting before you were struck by a bullet, was that the direction that the bullets came from?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've looked through some of the photographs of your house, and I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 109. And while not to scale, is this a fair and accurate diagram of your house?
Yes, it is.
This time I'd ask that State's Exhibit 109 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
So what I want to do is, now that we've seen some photographs, I want to kind of have you walk the jury through where things are in your house. So if we go to the bottom of the screen, does Melbourne Drive run kind of along the bottom, if you will, if this was a real picture?
Yes.
And where is your Florida room and the door that's always locked because of your cats?
It's that bottom left.
This
first
area,
space, yes.
this right here?
Yes.
And is this approximate location of the doorway?
Yes, it is.
What is this open area here?
That's a sliding door going into the living room.
And we saw a picture looking into the living room. Is that what this room would be?
Yes.
What is this area here?
That's the kitchen.
And this would be what?
The breakfast bar.
Would this be where you pointed out that going out purse that you loaned to Lisa?
Yes.
As well as the cigarettes and phone?
Yes.
What is this area here?
Dining room.
Is this representative of the table that you use as a workstation?
Mm-hmm.
And then what is this area here?
Down the hallway.
We talked a little bit about the screened-in area and a back door. What is this area?
That is the screened-in area to the right of it, and then you come into the back door into I'll call it a storage space. It was meant to be a laundry room.
And when you get to the back, what is this area here?
That is my master bedroom.
And this is what type of a room?
That is the guest bedroom.
And does both the guest bedroom and the master bedroom have closets?
Yes, they do.
And is this the approximate location of the master bedroom closet?
Correct.
And this would be the approximate location of the guest room closet?
Yes, it is.
I want to talk to you about New Year's Eve of, 2018 into 2019. Was Lisa Bunce in Florida?
Yes.
And you know approximately how long she had been in Florida?
Yeah, she drove me back from Michigan. We came back together. So we got in probably on the 30th of December.
So back in Florida around the 30th. The next day, the 31st, is New Year's Eve. Did you have plans with Lisa Bunce and perhaps others to do any celebrating for New Year's Eve?
Yes.
And what was the plan?
Annually, we go to what is now called the Out and About Bar and Grill for the night.
Okay. You say annually. That's a place you've been before for New Year's Eve?
Yes. We've got pictures for 16, 17, and 18.
And back in the day, what was that called?
New Grove Lounge.
All right. And that was a place that you had been there before other than New Year's Eve?
Oh, yes.
Would you go there with other friends from the Sweetwater community?
Yeah.
Okay. So was that an establishment that you and your friends would go more than just on a holiday?
Oh, yes, yes.
So the evening of New Year's Eve in 2018, who did you go to the New Grove Lounge with that night, if you recall?
I had a customer that let go with us that night. His first name was Bob. Lisa and I went. Reba Seisler from my neighborhood went. Terry and Ron Napoli met us there. And I'll tell you, there was 3 other people at the table, and you have to wait a while for me to think of it.
Okay. But I guess the bottom line is you went there with a group of folks.
Yes, I did.
And did you all basically sit together?
Yes, we did.
And did you socialize together?
Always.
Now, are you aware of whether or not the defendant, Mr. Murdock, was also at one point at the New Grove Lounge that night?
Yes, him and his new girlfriends and her parents came in after we were seated. I think we seated to sit down across the aisle from us.
And when you say across the aisle, what kind of distance are we talking about?
4 foot?
Okay, so fairly close.
Yeah.
This is not a big place, is it? Now, were you aware, and again, I don't want any hearsay, but just were you aware that Mr. Murdock had this new relationship?
Yes.
Okay, and had you been aware of it for some time, or was this news to you?
No, I was aware of it for a while.
He had a new relationship?
Do you happen to remember what the lady's name was?
Lynn.
Did anything unusual happen that night as it relates to Mr. Murdock or Lisa Bunce?
Yes.
Tell us about what was unusual.
While we were at that place?
Yes.
We were sitting on the aisle to the bathroom.
And
Mr. Murdock made more than a dozen trips in a very short time to come past the table. There was a lot of gazing, to the point that I said to my customer who was out with me, who was probably 45, give or take, and he's a very large gentleman, I said,
Objection,
heads up.
Objection, hearsay.
What?
Hang on. Response?
It's foundational. It's not anything anyone else said, but if it's considered heresy. Well, I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
It was noticed that Mr. Murdock went by many times.
Yes, by me.
All right. And it was also noticed by you that you, I think, used the word staring.
Yes.
Okay. And how long did that go on for, approximately?
Throughout the entire evening.
All right. What was your understanding of Mr. Murdock and Lisa Bunce's relationship on that evening? In other words, they were still
broke up and
apart.
moved on.
Okay.
So they had broken up and moved on.
Did Mr. Murdock and his girlfriend stay at that location for the entire night?
Their party stayed there the entire night. The two of them left at 11:15. She came back alone at 11:45.
Okay. And this is something you actually observed?
I witnessed, yes.
Now, moving forward to the week of New Year's. So now New Year's Eve passes over to the 1st of January through the end of that week, which is in the 5th. Did you have any conversations with the defendant, Mr. Murdock, during that week?
No.
Did you share any text messages or phone calls with him?
No, I know him and Lisa were texting.
Were you privy to any of the texts that Lisa received?
Yes.
And these texts would have been from Mr. Murdock?
Yes.
What was the nature of the texts from Mr. Murdock to Ms. Bunce?
I love you. I want to be with you. I want to put it back together. Why would you leave me? I hate you. Sign off my house. Any gamut of them.
Okay. So there was some communication from Mr. Murdock to Ms. Bunce. Are you aware of whether Ms. Bunce reciprocated in wanting to contact or re-text Mr. Murdock?
I would say for probably every 5th text she got, she responded one.
I'm going to move you ahead now to the night before the shooting, the evening of, and that was January 4th of 2019. What did you do that evening prior to coming home? Did you go out that night?
We went out that night, yes. Okay. Lisa, Reba, and I.
Is Reba one of your
Reba
friends?
Sizemore, one of the neighbors.
From the Sweetwater community?
Yes. The 3 of us went out for the evening.
And where did you go first, if you recall?
We went to the Apple Lounge in Winter Haven.
And do you know approximately how long you were there?
I'm going to tell you between 9:30 and 10 we probably were done. Okay. We met others from Sweetwater there also.
Okay, so again, the community kind of comes to certain locations and hangs out. Was David Murdock or his girlfriend Lynn, were they there?
No.
So
I'm going to show you
she was killed on the 5th
video still
of January?
It's a photograph, exhibit 479 for identification. And ask if you can recognize what this is.
That's Lisa and I in my car.
Okay.
At the Apple. That's
All right.
Reba over here in the corner.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of you guys that night at approximately, 10 o'clock? This time I'd ask the State's Exhibit 479 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
So, publishing 479 at around 10 o'clock at night, you indicated that this is your vehicle. And where is Lisa in the photograph?
She's front and center there.
Right here?
Yes.
And where are you?
I'm back by the driver's door, it looks like.
Over here?
Uh-huh.
And this is your car?
Yes, it is.
So after you left around 10 o'clock, where did you go next?
We went on back over to the New Grove Lounge.
All right. And do you have any idea how long you were at the New Grove Lounge?
I'll say midnight, give or take. The band was playing.
Okay. And what did you do after the New Grove Lounge?
Came home. We had plans for the next day.
Was it still the same 3 people? You, Lisa, and this Reba lady?
Yeah, that's who was in my car that night.
Okay. And the 3 of you in your car went to the New Grove Lounge and stayed until at least midnight?
Yeah.
And then after you went to the New Grove Lounge, what did the 3 of you do?
Went back to home, my home. We took Reba to her house. Like I said, she's a neighbor in Sweetwater. And Lisa and I came back to my house. Went in. We had to get up early the next day because we had to go to Fort Miles for her brother's birthday.
So let me show you Exhibit 257A. identification.
You know,
I'm going to ask you if you can identify what this is a picture of.
think about how his new girlfriend felt knowing that he saw his ex and then.
Oh, I would say
while they
the
were
Sweetwater Gate.
together and went and killed her.
And does the Sweetwater Gate have videos of cars going in and out?
Yes, they do.
All right. And you're familiar with Sweetwater because you're a realtor within that community as well.
I live there and I'm a realtor there, yes.
And this appears to be a fair and accurate photograph. Does that appear to be your Honda Pilot coming in?
It does.
At this time, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 257A for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
So at the dates, the time stamp and the date stamp 105, January 5th at 2019, at around roughly 12:48 a.m., give or take. Is that consistent with your recollection of coming home after being at the New Grove Lounge that evening?
Yeah.
So I think you just testified that you dropped off Miss Sizemore, and then you and Lisa Bunce went to your house.
That's correct.
And when you got home, what did you do?
Got in the door, got comfy clothes on, grabbed a beverage, and went out on the front porch to have that last, she was having her last cigarette of the night, and chat a bit. Then we were headed to bed.
And when you say out in the front, we're talking about that Florida room.
That Florida room, yes.
So Lisa Bunce was having her last cigarette. What were you doing?
Chatting at her, having a beverage.
I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted as Exhibit 5C. Is that
Yep.
the Florida room?
Yes, it is.
Could you tell the folks in the jury where it was as you sat there having come home from your night at the two different establishments? Where were you sitting?
I was sitting in the chair on the right.
This one here?
Yes.
And where was Lisa Bunce?
The chair on the left.
This one right here?
Yes.
And prior to what we're going to talk about, this glass door was not in that condition?
That is correct.
So that's the glass door that would have been broken.
As you sat there, what happened?
We hadn't been out there very long. We were concerned about him, and I'll be honest, I can't remember if there was text flying back and forth or not. We were very...
Well, let me just kind of stop you there. As far as what happened, you were sitting there, and what did you observe?
David's truck came screeching up to my driveway, slammed on his brakes.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of go step by step. Which direction did he come from? Did he come across from the south up? In other words, was the driver's side door on your side of the road?
That is correct.
Okay. So you said he came up the street. What was it a slow crawl?
No.
Describe that for us.
Raced up the street, screeched, slammed brakes into my driveway.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
I immediately dialed 911. Lisa and I both said, oh crap, it's him. And as he opened his door, I yelled, David, get back in your car. You don't belong here. I've already dialed 911.
And what happened after that?
Evidently shots started getting fired.
Wow.
And you say evidently. So what was the first thing you remember?
I didn't even know he had crossed the space between the car and the house. First thing I remember, loud noise, and I see Lisa out of the corner of my eye.
And what is she doing?
I wasn't sure what was going on, and I will say the next motion was she was leaving that room, headed into the house, into the living room.
So passing through that sliding glass door into the family room. All right. Do you hear the first shot?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how far away? Can you tell how far away that shot is being taken?
18 inches.
So right near you.
Yes, he was right outside the window I was sitting by.
And the window we're talking about, is that the screen with the holes in it?
Is now, yeah.
Okay, well, it wasn't holes at the time. All right, so at that point, is there a second shot?
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about that.
I will tell you the second shot was on me.
And how do you
I
know?
was busy trying to figure out what the first noise was. Mouth open. Trying to get my ear to work. God was with me because the bullet went in right here. That's not a dimple. And came out right here. This lot of skin is the exit. Wow. And I hit the floor.
And the area that you hit the floor was, as you're sitting in the chair, did it go in the same path as the bullet? In other words, did you go to your right?
I did.
And where did you end up at that point?
On the floor, face down, still screaming into my phone with a broken palate. And trying to get 911 to understand they needed to get here right now.
Do you recall if there was a third shot at that point, or were you kind of...
I'm not clear.
Okay, and that's a fair answer. Looking at Exhibit 5C again.
Wow.
Does that area there in what appears to be blood, is that the area that you landed in?
That's where I landed.
And what do these appear to be? The glasses?
My glasses and my cell phone.
And I put that up there because when I put it up here, it's going to be difficult to see. So at the second shot, you went from the chair down to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where your head ended up.
Mm-hmm.
This is your cell phone.
Yes.
And your glasses.
Yes.
Now you indicated that you called 911, and did you have an opportunity to talk to them or try to talk to them?
Not before the fires were shot, but I sure did afterwards.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 13 that's already been admitted into evidence. Is this a little bit clearer photograph of where your face ended up?
Yes, sir.
And similar to 5C, the area in the center, is this where your head and your mouth ended up kind of being? Is these your glasses?
Yes.
And is this your cell phone?
Yes.
So during the time that you were on with 911, were you able to hear anything else going on around you?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Right, we're going to go slow.
Sorry.
So what happened? What did you hear?
David tried to come in the front door.
And when you say the front door, we're talking about that glass door that is always locked for the cat. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. But you indicated the door is locked.
That is correct.
Are you aware of whether or not he was able to open that door?
He would not at that time, no.
Okay. And what did you hear next?
I heard him take footsteps to the back door, open it, and come in.
And you were actually able to hear that back door open?
Open and close, yes, sir.
And what happened after that?
I heard him take more steps, and then I heard more gunshot.
Wow.
Was that noise coming from what area in your house?
Back in my house is all I could have told you at that moment. I now know it's my master bedroom.
Okay, but I mean at the time,
Back in the back of the house is all I could say.
And you don't know how many shots you heard?
I know there was at least 2.
Prior to the first gunshot, other than the conversation that you related, which was, David, you don't belong here, I'm calling 911. Was there any other kind of argument or discussion between either you and the defendant or Lisa Bunce and the defendant?
No, there was no exchange.
So the time period from the truck stopping to when the gunshot started, No conversations, no arguments.
Correct.
Were either you or Lisa Bunce armed with a firearm?
No, sir.
Were either you or Lisa Bunce displaying a firearm or any weapon of any type?
No, sir.
She's so calm.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 193.
You know,
First of all, I want you to look at the
her saying, think about this. She said that first shot that was like, she said it was like 18 inches from her ear. Because of that shot, she like was trying to get her ear to work again, because you know, like if you have like a loud noise in your ear, it can mess with your hearing, whatever. So she's trying to get her ear to work again. So she's like doing like this. If she had not had that first shot go like that, and then her like open her mouth like that, trying to get her ear to work again, then that bullet would have done a lot more damage. I'm not going to say she's lucky because sis got shot in the face. That's never a lucky thing, you know, like as far as that goes. But as far as the way that it hit her, that is kind of a miracle.
the picture before we look at the figure of the vehicle. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the kind of overhead overview front of your house, including the driveway and your golf cart and things of that nature?
Yes.
And in the photograph, there appears a red, not a gray, but a red pickup truck. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the approximate location and direction of the defendant David Murdock's truck when it stopped in front of your house? And there's a figure with some yellow lines. Is that again, proximate location? Maybe it could be closer, it could be further, but generally the direction from which the defendant came before discharging the firearm.
Yes.
So in total, the picture combined with the overlays, is it generally, well, not to scale specifically, you think it's helpful to understand the direction from which the defendant came to supplement your explanation on the standard?
He's got attempted murder
Yes,
charge
as long as you're acknowledging that it's not totally accurate because he was farther in.
Okay, so further in underneath the house?
That is correct.
Okay. This time I'd ask that State's Exhibit 193 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I would make the same previously made objection. To 193.
Your previous objection was to foundation.
Correct. If you'd like to approach, I could.
We're about to get to hear this. Yeah, he's got attempted first-degree murder, armed burglary of a dwelling, and shooting into a building are all on top of his murder charge. So, yeah, he's got the murder charge for Lisa, and he's got attempted murder for her, Sandra. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, they're going over her objection right now for this. You know, it'll be interesting to see how they treat her. I'll say this, if the jury or if the defense gets up there and acts like aggressive with her, after she got shot in the face by, their client, I don't think that the jury will take that very well. So I think it would be in defense's best interest to, have a little bit of empathy on this one. If for nothing else, just to look better to the jury. Ew. Oh, wait, I forgot. I paused it, so we're a couple seconds behind.
Sustained. However, you may.
All right.
The objection is sustained. However, you may use it for demonstrative purposes.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
It will not be received in evidence.
Understood. So I'm going to show you what's been marked for purposes of identification only, for demonstrative purposes to assist the jury understanding your testimony. Exhibit 193, again, only for identification and as a demonstrative model. Looking at this as for demonstrative purposes, your lanai, as we've seen, is in this general area.
Mm-hmm.
And from your testimony, Mr. Murdock's truck pulled up somewhere in front of your driveway, but in this direction.
Correct.
Now, if you were coming from the Sweetwater front gate, is there a road that comes around that could permit a vehicle to be traveling in that direction?
Absolutely.
And would that be, let's say, the straightest line from point A to point B to get to your location?
Yeah.
And I think you've told me, told the jury that the little blue man here should be further underneath the carport, kind of right up by the window.
Yes.
But in general, this is the direction that you saw David Murdock travel to get up to your window before firing through the window.
That is correct.
Were you able to actually see the gun before he began shooting?
No.
So it kind of just happened?
Yes.
All right. Prior to today's hearing, have you had an opportunity to hear the 911 call that you made contemporaneous with the incident of January 5th of 2019?
I did.
And you've had a chance to listen to that a number of times?
It's in my possession, yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification. It states Exhibit 268, and ask if you recognize or can tell have you heard this CD or a CD similar to this before? And that recording that you heard, was that a fair and accurate recording of the 911 call that you made at approximately 1:12 in the morning on January 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Have you also had an opportunity to review a transcript of that 911 call? And I'm showing you for the record Exhibit 287 for identification, which is a transcript of that
Yes.
911 call.
Yes.
And if you look through this, is that a fair and accurate depiction or copy?
To the extent they could understand me, yeah.
Okay, to the extent that they can understand you, but you agree,
Yes.
having listened to the tape and reviewed this transcript, that is as good as they could do.
That is correct.
Was part of that due, in fact, because of the nature of your injury?
Yes.
You indicated that the bullet went through one side of your face and out through this fleshy part?
Yes, it did.
Was there any structural damage to your face?
Yes. I had 37 fractures in my face and almost lost my left eye.
Wow.
Went in here, broke my upper palate, made a ditch across my tongue from the burn of the bullet, exited here, and then exit wound was just open and jagged.
And it took teeth out as well?
Yes, it did.
That being said, you were able to communicate to some degree with the 911 operator?
Well, yes. I kept yelling. I'm not sure she could understand me.
But this transcript does as good a job as can be done given that injury to your mouth?
That is correct.
This time I'd ask that States Exhibit 286 for identification, which is the audio portion, and the transcript of 287 of the 911 call be admitted as full exhibits.
I have no objection as to the video, the audio, as to the transcript, I have an objection.
The objection to 287 is sustained. The audio in 286 will be received.
Your Honor, as far as demonstrative, would the transcript be?
Any objection to it being used as long as the jury is instructed regarding use of transcripts?
No objection, Judge.
All right. I assume that was your intention.
That was the whole reason, Judge. It's just easier to follow along.
That's a lot
Are
of,
you about to ask to publish that?
Yes, Your Honor.
and to still be able
Ladies and
to
gentlemen,
try to talk
you're
on
about to
911
hear
call.
recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence in the case. You're also being furnished with transcripts of the recorded conversation. Keep in mind, however, the recording is the evidence. The transcript is provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcript is not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
What's the address of your emergency? What's the address? What city are you in? What's the phone number you're calling from in case we get disconnected? What's the phone number you're calling from? Okay, tell me exactly what happened. What's going on there? curious. What's going on there? You've been shot? Ma'am, you've been shot? Your phone has a bad connection. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Ma'am, people are coming as quickly as they can, okay? Just need to stay on the line with me, okay? Just stay on the line with me, ma'am. How old are you? Yes. 66? They're coming as quickly as they can, ma'am. They're coming as quickly as they can. When did this happen? Is the assailant still nearby? Where? Where? Is there any serious bleeding? Is there any serious bleeding? Ma'am, they're coming as quickly as they can. Just stand in line with me, okay? Ma'am, is there serious bleeding? They're coming as quickly as they can. Just stand in line with me. What is your name, ma'am? Brenda? Okay, ma'am, just stand in line with me. All right, keep talking to me. They're coming as quickly as they can. Who wants to kill themselves? Did you say somebody wants to kill themselves? I'm coming, ma'am. We have units coming to you as quickly as they can. Ma'am, I have the units coming. They're coming as quickly as they can. They're coming at lights and sirens, ma'am. They're coming as quickly as they can, ma'am. Just stand in line with me. Don't hang up. I'm still here. Can you hear me? I can now. Ma'am, where were you shot? In your shoulder? In your face? Where is the person that shot you? Where is the person that shot you? Okay. Is there anybody else that has been shot? Yes. How many people have been shot? Two? Where is the other person that's been shot? They're coming, ma'am. Just stand in the line with me. I'm still here. Where are you in the home? Are you still in the home? Where are you in the home? You're in the front of the home? You're in the front part of the home? And you're inside? And then who shot you? Who is he to you? Your girlfriend? Your partner's ex?
My girlfriend's ex.
Okay. I understand. We got them coming. Okay, I'm gonna let them know. Just stand in line with me. Don't hang up. Okay. We have help coming. They're coming to you as quickly as they can. Just stand in line with me. We have ambulance and we have the officers coming. Just stand in line with me. You're welcome. Are you still there? No. Okay, just stay alone with me. They should be turning on the street momentarily. Just stay with me, okay?
Yeah, he's covering his face.
Are you still there? Okay, I'm still here. Don't hang up. Don't hang up until somebody sees you, okay? You hear some sirens? Okay, but do not hang up. Don't hang up until the officer or the paramedics are with you, okay? We have somebody coming. Do you have anything that you can put on your wound? Do you have like any cloths or any tires that you can put on your wound? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Do you have any cloths or tires to put on your wound? Do you have a cloth? Make contact with officers disconnecting.
Ooh. He's like covering his face and doing like this. You see that? See him? He's rocking. He's doing this.
Cross. You can approach before we do that. Off the record.
Bless her heart. Oh. And him and his, like Marie Moss said, him and his dang 20-page note. Here's some Lucy to make you feel better.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Please leave your notepads in the chairs.
All rise, please.
So leave the scripts.
Let's look.
May be seated.
If you wouldn't mind just waiting outside. We'll give a 10-minute recess.
Oh, I cannot believe how, like, strong she has to be in order to not be throwing things at that piece of crap. So let's see. So here she is. And that, I'm assuming, is the new fella. Let me see if I can find. Bless her heart. Oof. I'm looking through. I don't want to show her family on here, so I'm trying to scroll through without showing her family. Here's wedding. I feel terrible for her. That was so... That must have been so hard to hear all that again. I also feel terrible for the 911 operator because I don't, y'all, that pressure, like trying to understand what they're saying and trying to remain calm and trying to get them what they need. It's scary. Dang, there are a million wedding photos. Let's see. I'm scrolling through trying to get to some of the pictures before this. I think all the pressure on the 911 operators though is I couldn't do it. I would be a terrible 911 operator. Like, terrible. I'd be so bad. I'd be like, oh my God, what happened? I would not be good at all. Whew. Not at all. All right, let's see. Oh, look. Y'all remember all the pictures I posted from the Christmas parade that I went to with the boats? Looks like she had like the same kind. Went to the same kind. Let's see, I'm still... looking through. She takes a ton of pictures. She is living her best life. Traveling, going to do things, going to Kid Rock. Lucy's not very ladylike right now, but... Oh. So, man, she's a strong lady. So you can see some of the injury there. Wow. And, you know, think about, too, while she's on the porch on the phone with 911, he's still there. Terrifying. Trying to scroll back and see if I can find some of her and Lisa. He's out there sitting on the grass. Yeah, he said he had to get rid of the devil. He shot her because he had to get rid of the devil. Psycho. Oh, don't call him a psycho. He doesn't want to be in the housing unit with the psychos. He says, get me to trial. But hearing that makes me even madder about the whole 20-page note. So I'm like, you don't get to be, I don't know. You don't get to be complaining about nothing after what you did. Here's oh wait, I didn't go back far enough. Look at Lucy. She's got, it's taking me a minute to scroll. She's got a ton of pictures. It's a good thing. Living life to the fullest. Like Lucy here. I'm trying to scroll so we can see some of her and Lisa. Their friendship sounds beautiful. It looks like, here she is with a family member. I don't want to put the family member on there, but you can see, she was saying on the cheek is where it, like it went in. So it looks like that's where, this is that other side. I don't want to show her family member. Strong lady. Oh yeah, the 20-page letter. I ain't reading it again, but y'all could definitely rewind. That was quite a letter. Read it at lunch. See, here's like concerts and stuff. Like, I love that she's just living her life. Yeah, that 20-page thing. It was the letter that the defendant wrote to the judge. Gosh, we're still only to June. A lot of pictures. Yeah, my air just turned off. Did you hear it? You know, spring breakers are out there hollering. You know, I used to not, I used to turn it off while I was doing this because I didn't want to be able to, I thought it was like too loud, but I'm in Florida, y'all. I can't go without my air. But I haven't had to have it on in the last couple months till now. All right, here's, looks like more Christmas. Let's see. Oh, this was February of 2019. All we can do is wait for the bones in my face to mend at this time. I go for the next CAT scan on the 20th, surgeon on the 21st, the eye nerve specialist on the 22nd, and GP of my care, the nurse practitioner Bob, on the 26th. They're supposed to have brainstorm by then and come up with our next move. Wow. Wow. GP pointed out I'd already done the hard part, survived. I don't see, I was trying to see if they had any pictures that they had maybe taken while they were out, but I don't see any.
You indicated on direct that you met Lisa once back in 2005, correct?
Yeah, it was prior to that, yeah.
Prior to that. You guys had a working relationship, right?
Prior to 05.
Prior to 05. And that you became friends. And then eventually your friendship became really close friends, right? You have to answer out loud, yes?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, you're fine. And that sometime in February of 2016, Ms. Bunce was visiting you at your home in Haines City.
That is correct.
And that you, she, and a couple of your other girlfriends went out to a place called Cherry Pockets.
That is correct.
And when you arrived at Cherry Pockets, there was another group of individuals there, including Mr. Murdock.
That is correct.
Right? And at some point during the evening, was this during the evening hours or during the day?
Evening.
At some point during the evening hours, your friend Lisa and Mr. Murdock, David, began to speak.
Correct.
They became friendly. I guess both groups became friendly with one another.
That is right.
And they were smitten with one another, meaning Lisa and David.
Yes.
And Lisa was there. Lisa was home or staying with you for about a week, I think you said?
Yes.
And during that week time frame that Ms. Bunce, Lisa, was here, she was both staying at your residence and also staying at the fish camp with Mr. Murdock.
Yes.
And then when she left, Lisa Bunce left, she went back to Ohio.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And they continued their relationship,
Yes.
a long-distance relationship.
Yes.
And she, being Lisa, would come and travel back and forth between Ohio and Florida, trying to continue the relationship with Mr. Murdock.
Correct.
And at some point in time, they got engaged.
That is correct.
Mr. Murdock bought Lisa a ring.
He did.
Right? And actually, let me back up a second. When Lisa first came here to Florida, Lisa Bunce came here, she was kind of on the tail end of a divorce. Agreed?
Yes. That was in process.
It wasn't finalized, but she was on the tail end,
Right.
the tail end of it. All right. When this relationship started, they traveled back and forth to see each other.
Lisa traveled back and forth.
Okay, that's why Lisa traveled back and forth to see yourself and also to see, or to see you and to see David Murdock.
That's right.
All right. And they would communicate through text, through cell phones, calls, and things of that nature.
Correct.
And at the time that Lisa Bunce met Mr. Murdock, Mr. Murdock owned a trailer in that Cherry Pocket fish camp community.
Yes.
And at some point in time, he decided to sell that trailer and purchase a new home in Lake Wales where both he and Lisa could start their life together.
Right.
Right? And I think you had testified that you were a realtor.
I am.
Okay. Forgive me, I can't recall the year, but it was for some time, for some period of time you had been a realtor when you were involved in the closing or the closing of the
transaction.
Of the sale,
yes.
Right? And you actually received proceeds from the sale of that closing on that house in Lake Wales.
I earned a commission, yes.
That's how Realtor works.
Through Century 21, I think.
That's correct.
Now, after that house, well, let me say this. During that transaction, during that closing, where did that closing take place?
I believe it was at Real Estate Title Services in Lake Wales.
And where was Lisa when the transaction took place? Or the closing
Ohio.
took place? So Lisa was in Ohio. And where was Mr. Murdock? If you're thinking, I'll let you know.
I am. Hold on. I don't believe she was present for the actual closing. I don't know if she had to do it by online. I apologize, I don't remember.
You're fine. But you don't remember her being at the closing?
I don't.
You don't, okay. But was Mr. Murdock at the closing?
Yes.
All right. And both Lisa Bunce and David Murdock, during the closing, were placed on the title as equal owners in that property.
Per David's request.
And Mr. Murdock put his own money into the property and also borrowed some money from family members.
To my understanding.
And that was in May, I think, of 2000.
It was 2017 about the house.
2017. All right. And then finally in December of 2017, Lisa Bunce and her son, which was her grandson, right?
It's her legally adopted child, and yes, biologically grandson.
Yes, thank you. Moved in with Mr. Murdock.
She came back at Christmas time and moved in with him and got Nikki in school here, first of the year.
Do you know how long it takes to establish residency in the state of Florida?
I do not.
Is it 6 months?
I couldn't tell you.
You're not familiar?
To my understanding, if you got a utility bill and a driver's license, you're in.
What about how to establish homestead in the state of Florida?
You have to own the home before December 31st of the year before, and then you have to go apply for it. It has to be your permanent residence, you have to have a Florida license, and a utility bill.
Or W-2.
So think you had testified that the relationship went sour between your girlfriend,
There were
Lisa
issues.
Bunce, and David Murdock, right? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then at some point in time, Lisa decided to go back to Ohio, right?
She decided she needed to move her son and get him out of that house.
All right. And when she decided to go back to Ohio, she rented a U-Haul, right?
She did.
And when she rented that U-Haul, she used her girlfriends, meaning yourself, Joni.
And a couple other, Jody.
Jody, excuse me, yes. And a couple other girlfriends.
A couple other friends.
To move her things out of the Lake Wales residence,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
In addition to her things, but also some of Mr. Murdock's things, because Mr. Murdock was of the understanding that he would be shortly following her up to Ohio.
Right. No one was being honest with him. It was too dangerous.
That's true. Most dangerous time in a volatile relationship is when you tell them you're leaving.
And then when Lisa arrived in Ohio, she texted Mr. Murdock, David Murdock, and broke it off.
That took a little time.
Okay. All right, let me talk about briefly with you the New Year's Eve. I think you guys, you had indicated that you went to is it the New Grove?
New Grove Lounge.
New Grove Lounge. And that's in?
That's in Dundee.
You indicated that you were with your group of friends and that Mr. Murdock, along with his new girlfriend, Lynn, I think you said her name was, and her family were also there.
Correct.
And you guys, your group sat at your prospective tables and they sat at their table, right?
Correct.
And I think you had indicated on direct that the two tables that you all were sitting at, separate groups were sitting at, were approximately 4 feet apart.
Right.
And you said it was a small place, small establishment.
Yes, it is.
And that your table was positioned close to the restroom.
Correct.
The female and the male restroom?
That is correct.
All right. And that, I think you had indicated or testified that Mr. Murdock kept going to the bathroom, going to the bathroom, going to the bathroom. So my question for you is, how were those two tables within 4 feet apart, how were they positioned? Was your table closest to the bathroom and the other table furthest away? Were they directly across
The table
from
was
one
here, our table was here, the bathroom was there.
Okay, so they were directly across from one another.
Relevance.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right.
Let me sit here and eat my oyster crackers and shut up.
And at that point in time that Mr. Murdock was going back and forth to the bathroom, you thought that was rather funny, right?
Not entertainingly funny, but we knew it was odd behavior. It was intentional.
You found it to be
Threatening.
I'm sorry?
Threatening.
So back in 2018, you spoke with Detective Ton about this incident.
No, ma'am.
You did not?
2018? No, ma'am.
It happened in
Well,
2019.
then it'd be 2019 because it's
Yes,
got
2019.
But you spoke with Detective Ton in 2019 about this incident.
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave an audio recorded interview with him.
Okay.
Do you recall the interview?
To my knowledge, everyone was at me at the hospital to get it written down, and I couldn't see because of the injuries to my face.
Okay, that's a different day, but.
And so I apologize. There was
Fine.
many people asking for many stories, and I do believe once I got home that my sister drove me to Detective Ton's office, and we did more interviews there.
And do you recall, and I'm on page 11 of 38, that first interview, do you recall telling Detective Ton that after he was making a path on the carpet to the men's bathroom past you guys and that you found it to be funny? Do you recall saying
Not
that?
funny, entertaining.
Okay.
Duh.
So not funny, entertaining, but.
No, peculiar.
Well,
And at that point in time,
she don't have much to work with, so.
when Mr. Murdock was making a pathway to the bathroom, you and your group of friends didn't leave the bar, right?
No,
Lisa didn't attempt to leave the bar or want to leave the bar.
no.
And tell me a little bit about Lisa. You indicated at some point in time she's got an East Side girl from Toledo, Ohio. What does that mean?
She can hold her own in any given situation.
So she would not have left, really, regardless.
Well, we had no reason to leave. We were enjoying ourselves without anyone else being involved.
And I think you had indicated that Mr. Murdock was also staring at Lisa Bunce.
Yes.
How long would you say that he was staring at Lisa Bunce?
It went on all evening.
And
like I said, him and his new person, Lynn, left at 11:15.
And when you say it went on all evening, like, can you give us a time frame?
Well, if we got there at 8, it went on until 11:15.
So
That would be the time frame.
If Mr. Murdock was staring at Lisa Bunce, that would indicate that someone was staring at Mr. Murdock in order to see him staring at Lisa Bunce. Do you agree?
If I'm sitting here and you're sitting there, I can see you. I don't have to stare at you. I can see what you're up to.
Okay.
If he was observed, staring, by many people in our party.
All right. Now, was it that evening, and you tell me, was it that evening that Lisa Bunce decides to send screenshots of text messages between her and Mr. Murdock to Lynn, the new girlfriend?
Not New Year's Eve.
It wasn't New Year's Eve. It was a different evening.
It was 4th.
It was the 4th, January 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
And the purpose of sending those screenshots of those text messages were to show that she, meaning Lisa, and Mr. Murdock were still communicating, right? In addition to showing that Mr. Murdock was presumably still in love with Lisa Bunce.
Are you asking me why she sent those texts to Lynn?
Yes, I am, ma'am. Yes.
She sent them to Lynn to warn her. She'd been trying to warn Lynn that she's in a bad situation with a liar and she needed to get out to save herself.
Did she, in fact, text Lynn that?
I don't know what was in the final transmission she sent Lynn along with those pictures, but we all knew of each other. Polk County's very small. So we knew Lynn, although we had never hung out with her. But anyway, you want to shake it. One girl doesn't watch another girl get trapped into a mess that she's just getting out of.
Looking out for her.
And some of those text messages that were screenshotted and sent to Lynn, Mr. Murdock's new girlfriend, contained some sort of substance where Mr. Murdock is telling Lisa Bunce that she's very beautiful, that he couldn't keep her eyes off her, and that him and Lynn were done.
How romantic.
Do you recall that?
Move on.
That was among the texts he had sent Lisa, yes.
And do you also recall Lisa laughing about sending those text messages or those screenshots of those text messages to Lynn?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Tan that she's laughing about those messages or screenshots that she sent to Lynn?
She was trying to protect Lynn from being hurt. She's trying to show Lynn that the liar she was with was dangerous. Now, if she was laughing at anything, it was because she figured out how to do it from my Facebook page.
Okay. if I saw you a portion of the transcript, would that refresh your recollection as to whether or not Lisa Bunce was laughing about the text messages that she had sent to Lynn or something else?
Go ahead and show me. I'm not having recall of it, so.
Very well. I can approach it.
Who cares?
This is the first statement.
Who cares?
Page 12.
You know what? When you go through crazy traumatic things, here's the thing about violent relationships. You go through crazy traumatic things and you go to tell somebody else about it. There are times when you're going to laugh, because if you've ever been through it and then you go to tell somebody, like, have you ever like started just telling like a random story of something that happened to you, and then you finish the story and you're kind of like laughing because what the hell is this life that you're in? And then you look at people and you realize that like they're all looking at you like you just told them like a horror story, because normal people that would be a horror story, but to you it's your life and you're like, oh my gosh, this was so crazy. So laughing while you're sending something doesn't have anything to do with him shooting them in the face. But what do I know? I'm not an attorney.
That's the next morning. That's January 1st. Are you reading the dates and times?
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't get him to stop. I wanted her to block him. He won't stop.
So does reading that refresh your recollection?
Well, it tells me what we were talking about. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then it was the next morning?
January 1st.
Okay, so January 1st, which would have been, January 1st. She sent the screenshots to Lynn thinking that she would
sent
get
the
them.
screenshots to Lynn on January 4th.
Okay. So why are you telling me that it's January 1st then?
The paper you have in your hand is talking about what went on New Year's Eve and then January 1st.
Okay. Well, it talks about the text message that she had received about Mr. Murdock telling her that she's so beautiful, and then he couldn't keep his eyes off of her, and she thought that was funny.
Oh, well, maybe he was
Right?
just flirting by shooting her. Maybe
He
that's
texted her all night New Year's Eve and all morning New Year's Day.
Okay.
I'm getting annoyed.
And you told Lisa to block Mr. Murdock,
I
right?
told her that several times.
But she didn't.
And on the occasion you did, David went and got a new phone.
But then Mr. Murdock would then also text or attempt to communicate, and actually did communicate with Lisa through your cell phone, right?
I don't really remember her using my phone, but possibly, because we were just so honored to block it. I don't know if we were standing in the house there between the 1st and the 4th. I know she sent me copies of the text. She would do that so I would have them for safekeeping.
Okay. But my question for you was, and if you don't remember, that's fine, but did Mr. Murdock also use your cell phone or go through your cell phone to communicate with Lisa, and Lisa communicated with Mr. Murdock through your cell phone as well?
Mr. Murdock would contact me, but I don't remember them going back and forth on my phone that week. I don't remember them using my phone to communicate with each other.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. At any rate,
Now,
shoehorn moment.
you had gone to, on the night of January 4th, you had gone to both the Apple Lounge and the New Grove Lounge.
That's right.
Correct? I think were you drinking that night?
Yes, we have drinks when we go out.
Okay, and what about Lisa?
She has drinks too. All 8 of us that were out that night had drinks.
Right, and who drove home? Do you recall?
Lisa drove after we left the Apple. As a realtor, I can't drive after I've had a drink.
All right. And do you have a concealed weapons permit?
I don't know if I had my permit by then or if I had just finished the class.
All right. You had indicated on direct that when Mr. Murdock had approached your house, approached your home, that there was nothing said between either yourself or Lisa Bunce and Mr. Murdock. Do you recall saying that?
You're talking about the morning of the 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
The only thing that was said when David slammed on his brake and opened his car door is I told him to get back in the truck. He didn't need to be there. I dialed 911.
Yes, I apologize.
Okay, that's the only interaction that happened.
All right. So and I think you referenced this a little bit earlier, but when you were in the hospital after you had been shot, you could not communicate because you couldn't communicate. You had to write things down, right?
I had a balloon trach in and I couldn't breathe or communicate.
I was going to say trach, but I wasn't sure. You had to write things down, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had to write things down for the nurses, right?
I did.
You had to write things down for the detectives.
That's right.
Right. And Detective Ton came and interviewed you while you were in the hospital.
I know he asked me to please write things down.
All right.
Write a statement.
Okay. And you did the best that you could, right? And that, would you say that
my eyes weren't working, so I couldn't even see what I was writing.
Sure. Would you agree with me that your statements, your handwriting, your written statements, would have been probably the most accurate recollection of the events?
The first one that I wrote in the hospital? No, I'd say not.
No?
I think I was still under recovery and drugs and can't see and a whole lot of stuff going on.
Okay. Well, do you recall, and I'm going to show you what you wrote first. This is I'm going to show you. You tell me whether you recognize this as your handwriting.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah, my handwriting's on that paper.
All right. And do you recognize where you indicate you're communicating with law enforcement, I'm assuming, right? With Detective
I don't know.
Tom?
Let me read the context.
Sure.
Hard to read it. Okay, you asked me about this first paragraph here. I'm sorry, what's your question?
My question is, do you recall writing in your communications with Detective Ton that they were yelling at each other, meaning Lisa Bunce and Mr. Murdock were yelling at each other?
No, ma'am, I did not write that down. I did not say that, and that's an inaccurate statement. There was no one communicating with anyone David arrived at 5 on the 5th. Now, if you're talking about another time, maybe, but no. The morning he arrived at my house and shot people, there was no communication to any of us.
Okay, so when your statement were yelling at each other, he was running around the truck, my vehicle, those two statements, that's not the same train of thought?
I would tell you that my statement meant that I made the comment I've already read to you twice, or told you twice, and that's the yelling I was doing. And he just came on up and fired. There was no exchange between him and Lisa. There was no exchange between Lisa and I.
She said that she's like, I yelled at him and told him, get out of there. He had no reason to be there.
Now, on January 15th of 2019, you wrote a written statement. It appears to be 7 pages long. And I'm going to show you, if I can approach the witness.
You may.
Page 7. First, let me ask you, do you recognize this as your writing?
That's the one he asked me to write out, but I couldn't hardly see.
You wrote a written
I believe
statement.
it.
You want to flip through
Do I
it?
go back and forth between cursive and print?
I don't know.
I had so much trouble seeing, period. That, yes, that was me. That's me.
That's you.
Yeah.
All right. And do you recall in that written statement writing that Lisa and him said something, I yelled, I already dialed 911, indicating that Lisa and Mr. Murdock had exchanged words?
You want to read that again? Because that's not what I said and that's not what happened. I'm sorry, what are you reading? What did it say?
I can approach it.
I think we got to my house in 2 minutes, seen David's truck and switch it off. Immediately dial 911. I'm not recall any exchange with him and Lisa. The only thing that happened was me. I spoke.
So you take issue with your written statement then?
I do.
Okay. Would you say that your memory is better back in January of 2019 or better as you sit here today?
Well, on January 15th, I was still in the hospital and under drugs, but out of ICU.
Throw that in there. Yes. I love Santa.
After Miss Bunce had moved out of the Lake Wales house, Mr. Murdock was attempting to go through you to have her sign over the house, do a quick claim deed, so that her name would be off of the home, correct?
That is correct.
And Lisa refused to do that, right?
By the time I got the paper to her, she did.
Okay.
She had originally agreed.
All right. And in fact, Lisa Bunce would tell Mr. Murdock that she was going to be a snowbird and come and stay at that house when she came down to Florida.
I don't know that.
What does this have? Just keep reminding myself she doesn't have anything to work with and she's got to get up there and say something.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Murdock always carried a gun around with him?
I'll tell you, Mr. Murdock always had a gun. Yeah, he might have carried it all the time.
Okay.
It's in his truck, yeah.
If I can.
You may.
You know, I try when I start getting really annoyed and I can feel the Jesus slipping out of me, I try to remind myself that when you have a client like that and you are assigned to have to defend him because she's his public defender that was assigned to him, she don't have anything to work with. So she's got to get up there and say something. There ain't nothing to work with. So I try to remind myself. Like, bringing up the text, okay, well, didn't he tell her, she was beautiful? Maybe it's just like a way to remind the jury, like, hey, he said something nice to her before he shot her and killed her. It's not all bad. See that one time during all the harassment when he said something nice? But that's what they do. They say a bunch of nice stuff to you trying to get you back, and then when you don't fall for it, then they're like, you whore, you ruined my life, etc., etc.
This is a cop.
That's what I was thinking too. Like, I can't foresee this being a very long trial. There's not a whole lot that, they ain't got a whole lot else to. I mean, we now we know what happens. Oh, I wonder if he's gonna get up there and take the stand. Oh, you know what? He might, because remember he was saying in that 20-page letter to the judge that he never got the chance to get up and say what he wanted to say. Ooh, what you want to bet he's going to take the stand? This is his moment. He's been waiting 6 years for this. He probably mentioned 3 times in that letter he wanted to talk.
Defense Exhibit 1, 2, and 3, they're,
Can you just approach real quick?
Yeah, she was beautiful. And then he had to get rid of her because he had to get rid of the devil. Yeah, he mentioned a few times that he didn't get the chance in the judge's courtroom to get up there and say what he wanted to say. That his lawyers were telling him, you don't talk, I'm going to handle everything. I bet you your biscuits that he gets up there and tries to, like, I bet you he wants to take that stand. I'm here for it. I'll probably be fussing, might be throwing things, might have to mute my microphone, but I'm here for it. Oh yeah, that's what will make the trial long, when he'll be days rambling on. Well, I mean, if it's anything like his 20-page letter, I hope he takes a stand so I hear what lies he has to say, because people like that make stories up. You know what? It's true. It will be, if he gets up there and takes that stand, it will turn into, you know, she was so awful. She did this. She, you know, was the hateful one. All he ever did was try to love her and treat her better than she's ever been treated. And, you know, she didn't appreciate nothing. And she, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know how they are. I never bet my biscuits they are not to be shared. I don't blame you. They have not said what his defense is, only that he's pled not guilty. Even though we know he's guilty. But yet here we are. This is one of those, though, that it's not like, hey, let's go into this with an open mind and, you know, see if there's enough evidence to convict him. He shot this lady in the face and then sat out there with her after he killed her friend, and then sat out there with her until the police came, and then told the police that he did it, but the only reason he did it is because he had to get rid of the devil. This is not even like one of those things where we're like, I mean, we can go into it like, hey, let's see if they have enough evidence to convict him, and then like 27.2 seconds in, we're like, oh, cool, conviction. There we go, right there, right here. You know, all of this evidence is the only thing that it's going to be useful for is for the jury to determine if he's going to get death penalty or not. I think, but what do I know? I'm not an attorney. I just talk about attorneys on YouTube. I believe, didn't we read before this started? Didn't we read that he did call 911? Because there were 3 911 calls. One was Sanda's. One was the neighbor across the street. And I feel like we read that he called 911 also. And said, yeah, because he did. Because he said it was an emergency. And because he just shot 2 people. And then he told them he had to get rid of the devil.
And
they were on the front, like at the front of the house. I couldn't be a defense attorney. Not for people like this, I should say. I would love to be a defense attorney for like innocent people that have been wronged. Yes, this is a death penalty trial.
thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Redirect?
Nothing from this.
Nothing? Is the witness released?
She's released for now, but I would have her remain under subpoena just
All right.
in case she's needed.
If you are needed back, you'll receive a phone call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Sanda. Good job. We're proud of you. Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, at least it's before 5, but it is past 4:30. We're going to break for the day. Please remember not to talk about the case or look anything up, and report tomorrow morning at 8:30. I do want to warn you, I have an emergency hearing at 8:15 that they've told me will only take 10 minutes. But if we are delayed, that is the reason why. Has nothing to do with this case. We'll see you in the morning.
All rise, please.
There we go. Let's see if they say anything else. They'll call his girlfriend. I mean, not that she was like a witness to it or anything, but I just want to hear what she has to say about, like.
You may be seated.
Anything we need to take up?
Nothing.
Defense, anything we need to take up?
No, sir.
All right, I'll see everyone at 8:30.
Well, that's it. What do you say, 8:30? We won't be there live at 8:30 because we have Karen Reed in the morning. Yeah, I had, well, there's the one picture of Murdock on my, on the thumbnail. Let me pull him up. Let's see. That's Assistant State Attorney so this is Mr. Johnson that he was talking about that he was so mad at. And then Mark Levine. This is him and his attorney, the one that has the, the one that has the dress and the tights on, walking around. And that's him. There are, there was another picture that I had. This was him, like, back in the day, before he got arrested. There were a couple that were like, they were like scary looking. Oh yeah, here we go. This one I think is the one where'd it go? That's his attorney also. And dang, where'd that picture go of him? See there, well, that one is the one I had on my thing, but then when you go to pull it up, it doesn't show that picture in the article, which is stupid, but it doesn't show it. But anyway, that's him. I think that's the one I have on the thumbnail. So, what a day. Well, we are down. Look how cloudy it is day 1 down. Day 2 tomorrow. We are going to start the day off with Karen Reed. And then we will speed trial through day 2 to see what happens tomorrow. I mean, I don't know who else they really, I mean, how many more people do they really need to call? Maybe first responder. They got the officers, they went over, the one lady went over the stuff that came out in the autopsy and stuff. So, I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Marie Moss. Do we have stats, Marie Moss? Or did I miss them when I was pulling up stuff? Oh, here we go. All right, 6 witnesses, 5 sidebars, 10 objections, right? 19 times. Moon pie, RC Cola, the hell I ain't, and a coffer, always. And Santa for the win. Yes, she was awesome. She was awesome. Sit back. Chill out. Drink 7-Up. Eat a moon pie. Stop murdering people. So great. So great. Tomorrow will be very interesting, yes, with Karen Reed. That will be, it will be a doozy. It will be a doozy. So we will go live for that. We'll see. That case has gotten so nasty. People get so nasty towards each other on that one. But we have that in the morning, and then we'll do this. So we have a lot to do tomorrow. A lot to do. But what's good is that we will be able to speed trial through day 2. So all of the breaks and all that stuff, we'll be able to skip right through it. It'll be great. So, and today, first day back, full day without having treatment in the morning, and I think it went great. I appreciate y'all being here. We had a good day. Had a good day. New wild trial, good day. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow for Karen Reed in the morning and day 2 in the afternoon. I appreciate it. Y'all be nice to each other. I'll see you tomorrow.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel.
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I like that here?